30.
Let's call our meeting to order. Roll call.
All right. Vice President Diamond.
Here.
Director Hetherington.
Here.
President Odette.
Here.
Director Rolfe.
Here.
Director Stevens.
Here.
Okay. Special orders of business. Kevin?
Yeah, we have two special orders of business today. The first one is a resolution of commendation to Derek Bosserman, who we've all come to know, and he's on the call with us, and was the bus driver that sheltered and protected those children when we had that the tragic accident back in the end of July, and so before you today, we have a resolution. We want to express our appreciation to Derek for the great work that he did and his quick actions to make a situation that could have been tragic, turn out as good as we could have hoped for. And so with that, maybe I'll turn it back over to the board to take care of the resolution. All right, and say anything else you want to say.
Who wants to read the resolution? Any other comments?
I'll read it. And thank you, Derek.
Yes, thank you.
Resolution number 2021-08 of the Truckee Tahoe Airport District. Resolution of commendation to Mr. Derek Bosserman. Whereas the Truckee Tahoe Airport District Board of Directors is pleased to recognize, commend, and thank Mr. Derek Bosserman for his swift and heroic actions related to the tragic aircraft accident of July 26, 2021. And whereas on July 26, 2021, at 1:18 p.m., Mr. Bosserman took immediate and evasive actions, averting a school bus from colliding with the air crash of a Challenger 605 twin-jet aircraft, FAA registry number N605TR, on approach to the Truckee Tahoe Airport, protecting and safeguarding school children being transported. Mr. Bosserman's quick response to the crisis avoided future loss of life from the 6 souls lost on board the Challenger 605. And whereas Mr. Bosserman prioritized the safety of the children after the aircraft descended rapidly and struck a treed area inside the Martis Estates neighborhood between Reynolds Way and the fairway of the Ponderosa Golf Course, less than 100 feet directly in front of the bus. Throughout the event, he prioritized the safety of the children and worked with local authorities to ensure the children remained out of harm's way. And whereas Mr. Bosserman is to be acknowledged for his sound judgment, heroic efforts to protect the children and passengers in his care from injury and harm. And whereas Mr. Bosserman's actions are also a reflection of the leadership and professionalism of the men and women of the Truckee Tahoe Truckee Unified School District Transportation Department. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Directors of the Truckee Tahoe Airport District as follows. 1, that Derek Bosserman is hereby commended for his actions by this Board of Directors. Number 2, that the Board of Directors does hereby extend their gratitude and thankfulness to Mr. Bosserman and wish him success in all future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Do we have a roll call or anything on this?
Well, that was a motion that you made, Mary?
Yes, that was a motion to accept this resolution.
Second.
Any public comment?
No public comment.
Okay, roll call.
Roll call. Vice President Diamond.
Absolutely, yes.
Director Hetherington.
Absolute yes.
President Odette.
Wholeheartedly, yes.
Director Rolfe.
Yes, and thank you so much.
Director Stevens.
Thank you, and yes.
Derek.
Well done.
We'll send that out to you.
No, thank you guys so much, and you guys were awesome through the whole situation too. I'm so glad I had you guys, and everyone at the airport was just so great through the whole tragedy. You guys really handled everything really well, and I appreciate that. Thank you guys so much.
Drive home safely.
Yeah,
Thank
you.
yeah.
We really
Back
appreciate
to
that.
husband.
Thanks, guys.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, I think the second special orders I think we'll turn that over to David Diamond.
Okay.
Yes. So this is a fun one for me because I've often spoke of how I admired our tower personnel and how I thought that airport safety had increased because we have the tower here, and that I think they do a great job. So my saying it wasn't nearly as interesting as the fact that they have been awarded Tower of the Year for 2020 by Midwest ATC. That was out of 60 domestic control towers and 91 worldwide facilities. They were picked number one in our airport here, thereby verifying that I have been right all this time. They are awesome. So congratulations to Larry Finney, to Alan Webster, to my buddy Steve Ingebrigtsen, John Hurst, Todd Dominy, Rhonda Legg, and Karen Hardiman. You've really, in my opinion, as a pilot flying in and out of this airport, you deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Appreciate you.
Do
Okay, do we have any action on that?
Does Larry want to say anything?
I don't know.
Get you on mute, Larry.
If Amy wants to go first, she's the area manager that awarded it to us. I'll let her go, and then I can talk just briefly about the other controllers.
Hi there. Well, thank you for recognizing the tower today during your board meeting. We were just excited to be able to recognize them in this way. They're well deserving of it. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just pass along our appreciation to Midwest and the corporate office for recognizing the hard work that we do day in and day out. All the directors for taking the time to recognize the tower. We all appreciate it. Everybody is just, they're great to be on this team that we have. So thank you very much for the recognition tonight.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Larry. On behalf of staff, also express our appreciation.
Mm-hmm.
Outstanding.
Right. Anything else on special orders of business?
That was all I had. I don't know if staff had anything else. I think that was all we had for today.
Okay. Modification of agenda. Board president reserves the right to modify the agenda. And I would like to move item number 16, the budget discussion, to after 12, before 13. Before the action items, but after the reports. Anybody else want to move anything?
No, I
Okay.
think
That's good. All right, then, if nothing else there, we'll go to public comment. This is where the public can make comments on items not appearing on the agenda that are of interest to them. Do we have any public comment?
Emily, you want to do like in-person comments first before we get to written, if there's any on Zoom?
Yes.
Laura Lippert has a comment.
May I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. My name is Laurel Lippert. I've been flying out of Truckee Tahoe Airport since 1988. At age 40, I began my flight training at Truckee Tahoe Airport, earning my private pilot certificate, instrument rating, commercial certificate, and flight instructor certificate in 10 years. I taught my husband Tom to fly, and he became a private pilot at age 60, 21 years ago. We've owned 4 aircraft, all hangared at our airport. For 30 years, Tom and I lived in downtown Truckee. Since 2007, we've lived on Reynolds Way, on the 4th fairway of the Ponderosa Golf Course in a house built in 1968, 1 mile from the departure end of runway 29. On July 26, when the Challenger jet crashed on our street, only 100 feet from our house, we were shaken, scared, and then relieved that no homes or people on the ground were struck. Soon after, members of our community erroneously blamed the airport for the accident, and later others rebuked the airport board for making the difficult decision to cancel this year's air show. Truckee Tahoe Airport management has changed over the years we've been active at the airport, as well as those on the airport board. The current management team, with Kevin Smith in the front seat, are by far the best overseers of our airport we've had. those who care greatly about local pilots and our community and show it. Neighbors who live near the Challenger crash site are now traumatized by the sounds of loud aircraft engines overhead. In time, that may lessen, but the annual air show on September 11, with loud performing aircraft, could have further shaken their peace of mind, resilience, and hope that they can, one day, forget what happened so near to them. Airport management and the board did what they felt was necessary for those affected. Organizations and individuals were impacted financially by its cancellation, but hopefully they will find other ways to make up for this unexpected change of plans. We urge you to bring back the air show, a very special event embraced by our community, next year and every year after. Please know that Tom and I stand with you in your decision to be sensitive and helpful to our neighbors moving beyond this tragic event. This is a difficult time for all of us, with many uncertainties in the world and our future, and standing by the leaders we respect and depend on is more important than ever. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Lauren.
Any other public comment that's live?
I don't see any hands raised.
Okay. Then you want to do the written, Lauren?
Can I?
oh, one more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just negotiating the site. My name is Linda Todd, also known as Sunny, and I've been a volunteer with every air show from the year of 1986 since we've had them. I wanted to comment that they've been safe, they've been enjoyed, and many youth of the community, families have all benefited from having them. I've spoken with many different groups since the cancellation of the air show, and they've all been of the unanimous opinion that it needs to return and that it's a very productive event. Also, on September 11th, even in spite of the fact there was no air show, we did have our Young Eagles Day with a lot of youth being flown. Included in the youth being flown was one of the boys on the bus that was covered in the earlier part of the board meeting. His mother felt that it was completely inappropriate that her son have a very fearful reaction to airplanes. And so she met with the manager and got a tour of the airport, and the kids got to see the tower. They were very excited and went on a Young Eagle flight on September 11th. They thoroughly enjoyed their flight, and we feel that it's very important that the community have the opportunity to process and move forward and love aviation and understand that our airport is part of the national transportation system. It's as integral to the country as the railroads, as the highways, as shipping. It's all part of what makes America, America. So please do return the air show to the annual plans, and we are completely behind that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else live? I don't see any. Let's go with written, and if anyone else shows their hand, we can go back.
Okay. First public comments from David Diamond and Paco Lindsay, co-chairs, yes on Measure T campaign. Dear Truckee Tahoe Airport District directors and staff, the endorsement of Measure T from the Truckee Tahoe Airport District showed our community that we are united in our commitment to address on a local level the threat of wildfire. It's not always easy for a public agency to take a stand on a ballot measure, so we appreciate your willingness to see the benefits of Measure T will bring to the communities of the Truckee and Donner Summit. At last count, nearly 80% of voters across Nevada and Placer counties said yes to Measure T. So please feel confident that you acted in accordance with with the will of our community and for the welfare of our region's future. With sincere gratitude, David and Paco.
Nice.
Next one, Vincent Bruno. To the Truckee Tahoe Airport Board members, I am writing to this account of what happened on September 11th at the airport for the families in your airport district. I hope that you can share the pride that we have for all people who made and continue to make possible for our children. On September 11th, the Truckee Tahoe Airport EAA Civil Air Patrol provided a ceremony of remembrance of the 9/11 tragedy. Sometimes you wonder why you do what you do. I would like to tell you two stories that were shared with me at the 9/11 Young Eagles rally. I walked up to Erin, one of the moms waiting for her sons to come back from the flight with Robert Bousquet, their pilot. She told me that Jack had been on the bus and witnessed the airplane crash earlier this summer. She said that she had written a letter to the board and felt that the air show would be a wonderful way for Jack to move past what he had observed. She was disappointed that the airport board had already canceled the show. Kevin Smith, the airport manager, called her and invited her to bring her family to the airport to get a tour. They even got a tour of the tower. Kevin told her about the Young Eagles rally, so today Jack and his brother Bradley experienced their first small plane ride. This is what it's all about. I never cease to be amazed by the aviation family at the airport that really care about our children. Erin was very appreciative of what had been provided for her sons. Her daughter, 6-year-old Maddie, was sad. She had to wait 2 more years before her first flight, but the pilots will be waiting to take her on that first flight. Evan's story. I walked up to April, Evan's mom, as she waited for him to land from his flight. She told me that 9-year-old Evan had been in 2 foster homes in South Shore. He had been in 6 schools before first grade. April was his 3rd foster home, and in December 2020, she and her husband adopted him. His pilot, Jim Marry Me, is a very active big brother with the Boys and Girls Club, a perfect fit. It was a pleasure for us to meet this wonderful young man. As Jim said, this may be one of the best days of your life. April said that it is time for Evan to have great experiences. These are 2 wonderful reasons why the following people wake up on a Saturday morning to fly your children. Thanks to the parents who brought their children so they could know about the amazing world of aviation at our own local Truckee Tahoe Airport. Thanks to the pilots, Ken Aronson flew 2 Young Eagles in his Vans RV-9A that he built himself. Robert Bousquet flew 4 Young Eagles in his Cessna 182. Tony Lizarraga flew 3 Young Eagles in his Bonanza. Jim Marry Me flew 2 Young Eagles in the Tahoe Flying Club's Cessna 182. Tom Meadows flew 5 Young Eagles in his Cessna 182, which brings his total to 1,738 Young Eagles to date. Thanks to the volunteers, Lynn Meadows, Mike and Ginger Mansell, Sonny Todd, Alex Forrest, Tahoe Flying Club members, Scott Koch, and Peter Kolkolak. Thanks to Tim LaDolce and the EAA Chapter 1073 members for providing the delicious pancake breakfast. Special thanks to the Civil Air Patrol for providing the ceremony that helped us remember the tragedy of great loss of American lives and sacrifices made by first responders and civilian heroes on September 11th, 2001. Vince Bruno, Young Eagles Coordinator. This next one is from Olivia Coster. I was lucky enough to be a recipient of one of the Truckee Optimist Scholarships in 2018 and was able to volunteer at events with the Optimists for most of my life, one of the most popular being the air show. As a young kid and through my teenage years as well, the air show was something I looked forward to every summer. It was so fun to watch planes fly off and do tricks, while meeting up with friends to eat and watch the air show. It was also heartwarming to work at multiple booths with the Kids Zone, such as face painting. I would watch other young children gawk at the planes while having them tell me they wanted a plane drawn on their face because they wanted to fly planes when they grew up. This may seem like just a sweet memory, but I think it is important to understand the amazing effects the air show has on young children. Being exposed to a specific field at a young age has a major impact on a person's life. One of my good friends attributes her inspiration for wanting to become a pilot to the air show and is currently studying aerospace engineering at USC. She even participated in the flying program that is offered at the Truckee Airport. I know myself and so many others have had such fond memories of the air show, and the event is one that brings our mountain community together every year. I hope to be able to enjoy the event this coming summer and for years to come, hopefully bringing my own kids one day. I am certain the continuation of this event will affect future generations of pilots and engineers drastically. Our community and future generations are hoping to see this event continue. Sincerely, Olivia Coster. Next one is from Pat McKechnie. To the Board of Directors of the Truckee Tahoe Airport District, I am writing to express my support for continuance of the annual Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. On a personal level, I am an aviation enthusiast, and I enjoy the atmosphere of the air show. As for our community, the air show is a fun celebration of Truckee. It is an inexpensive day out with our families. It is a great introduction to aviation for tomorrow's aviators and is a healthy injection of support to Truckee's kids. Lastly, before canceling this event, please take an imaginary walk down the tarmac, recalling all the families having a great time at our last air show in 2019. Can you picture all the smiles? Sincerely, Pat McKechnie. Helen Pelster. Dear board members, thank you for your service to the Truckee Tahoe Airport District and our community. I am writing to express my strong support for the Air Show and Family Festival and hope that it will be continued in the future. From the TTAD's support of Kids Zone Museum exhibits to the years of unique, high-quality interactive experiences at the Air Show, it is clear that the TTAD is engaged, integral community member. I'd like to share a few photos from over the years. She included several photos in our email. One of which is my daughter playing at a Kids Zone museum. Now she's headed to college to study physics. Thanks TTAD for supporting family learning. A Truckee friend experiencing the flight simulator. A Truckee High School band performing on stage at the air show. Smiles flying high. Still a little nervous on the bike, but enjoying the face painting and exploring the tarmac at one of the earliest air shows. A picture of a girl riding a bike. Thank you for considering. I hope you can continue this great event in support of local families. Helen Pelsner, Tahoe Donner, Truckee. Javier Castellerar. Dear airport board members, my family and I have been enjoying the air show and family festival since it resumed 5 or 6 years ago. Our kids are a lot smaller then, but there were always great ways for them to experience aviation, science, and fun at our local airport. We understand why it needed to be canceled this year, but please, we hope that you bring it back. The nonprofits that it supports really appreciate the help. Parentheses, we love Kids Zone. And our family really loves the experience. Javier Castellerar, Truckee dad.
The picture is not on that TV.
Next one is from Rob.
You got it on the right channel.
Rick,
The U is on.
you need to mute it.
As a member of the Truckee Optimist Club, I would like to offer my support for the continuation of the Air Show and Family Festival. Since 2012, this event has provided one of the few opportunities in our town for parents to have a day of affordable entertainment with their kids. From the hands-on activities by the Kids Zone to the STEM and Experimental Aircraft Association program providing a unique opportunity for the youth of our town to be exposed to these various educational experiences all in one place. This event has inspired some of our local youth to pursue further education in the aeronautics and STEM fields. Of course, everyone enjoys the static aircraft displays and aerobatic demonstrations. I hope the board will vote to continue with this family and community-friendly event. Sincerely, Rob Coster. Next one is from Rita and Stephen Chappelle. Dear Truckee Tahoe Airport Board, we hope this finds you well. We have learned that you are considering discontinuing the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. We are not sure why you would do this after around 10 years of successful, wonderful, educational, and fun events. We have attended for years, and it is a unique event that doesn't happen anywhere else in California. We always invite extended family from all over, and they always attend as they have such a wonderful time and their children love it and learn so much. For many, it is the first time they've seen an airplane. Our family has also volunteered for years, different members in different years, but always someone there to help and to enjoy the many activities and things to see and do. We are so grateful for your years of support for our community organizations, especially our beloved and essential Kids Zone Museum. You are crucial to continuing the children and family programs that are so needed by our community. We hope you will consider and continue to host this fabulous event every year. Thank you for your time and service. Sincerely, Rita and Stephen Chappelle. Next one is from Ben Thompson. Hello, TTAD Board of Directors. The Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival has been a wonderful re-addition to our community. I have volunteered as a marshaller for 4 years and was looking forward to 2021, especially after last year's cancellation due to COVID. I flew kids as a Young Eagles pilot after the shows and many other weekends. We need more community and family-oriented events to get to know one another and support all. And what better way to do this than something that most people enjoy and which benefits so many? An air show with many different displays, performances, and local vendors. I've really enjoyed meeting more from our Tahoe community and having brought others from outside the area to attend. Our EAA chapter has worked in concert with Kevin Smith and his team to present a well-loved event to the Tahoe community. The recent crashes are most definitely unfortunate. The loss of life is deeply regrettable. Having a positive event is a way to uplift the public and educate and familiarize more pilots to the airport environment, which results in a safer operations in the Truckee airspace. Please choose to continue the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. I will be there to support the event and to educate all on flight operations in the Truckee area to promote safety. Sincerely, Ben Thompson, South Lake Tahoe EAA member and Young Eagles pilot. Next one is from Susan Safapour. Dear Airport Board, we are very concerned and disturbed by the number of planes that fly over our home in North Star. We have owned our home for 15 years and loved everything about living here, except for the increasing numbers of planes and the noise that disrupts our life and destroys our quality of life. We understand that the airport has been in Truckee a long time and beautiful Truckee is booming, but we ask that you do everything in your power to limit the planes that fly over our neighborhoods. We specifically ask you to reject the pavement maintenance plan and seek lower weight limits for the airport's runways and paved surfaces. Do not lengthen and widen runway 220. Approve runway 6-13 to direct air traffic over Prosser with a weight limit of 50,000 pounds. Thank you so much for your consideration. We appreciate the hard work you do on behalf of our community. Sorry that ended up in my air show folder. Next one is from Natalie Zarate. I would like to share how important it is to keep the air show. We are a Hispanic family in Truckee. Our 4 kids have all gone to the air show and it has been so beneficial for them to have this experience. From getting a chance to see aircrafts up close, learn about other groups that are attending, knowing that the treats we enjoy benefit local youth programs, and the fun and games we enjoy benefit our local Kids Zone Museum. I'm afraid our kids will not be able to have this experience anymore, and our local nonprofits will lose a lot of support they received during this family-friendly event. I am not sure having the airport's air show in the future will impact the community. Please consider continuing the air show at the Truckee Tahoe Airport. I've attached pictures of my son, Emmanuel, learning about aeronautics, and my daughter, Rachel, volunteering at the Kids Zone Museum, both during our last air show in 2019. The next one is from Norm Nichols. My name is Norm Nichols, and I am a member of the Truckee Optimist Club, as well as a member of the Air Show and Family Festival Organizing Committee, made up of members of the EAA Chapter 1073, the Kids Zone Museum, and members of the Truckee Optimist Club. In 2009, I met Kevin Smith at the Chamber of Commerce Truckee Tuesday event. He introduced himself as the new airport general manager, and I introduced myself as a local realtor and a member of the Truckee Optimist Club. My first comment was, when are we going to get the air show back? I pointed out that during my early days here in Truckee, the air show in June, the 4th of July festivities at the regional park, and the rodeo in August were the three major summer events in Truckee. He told me that I was not the first person to ask him about the air show. I told him that the Truckee Optimist Club might have an interest in participating in an air show event if the airport district decided to bring an air show back to Truckee. Within a few months, Kevin was able to put together an air show and family festival organizing group consisting of members of the EAA Chapter 1073, the Kids Zone Museum, and the Truckee Optimist Club. Tim LaDolce of the EAA volunteered to head up this committee with the caveat that the air show be free, no admission fee, no parking fee, and that all proceeds go directly to the Truckee North Tahoe Youth Organization. The development of the air show and family festival from its infancy up in the organizing of this year's planned 2021 event has taken thousands of volunteer hours by these organizations. For some of the members, the development and dedication to the air show has actually become a priority over the work and retirement activities. I certainly hope that you, the current board members, do continue supporting this great community event. It's good for the community, it's good for the kids, and it's an outstanding show. Note, in one of the past board meetings, Director Rolfe questioned her understanding of the purpose of the Truckee Optimist Club and what the club does with proceeds of the air show and other club fundraisers. In the nearly 50 years of existence, the Truckee Optimist Club has raised and funded over $2 million in scholarships, grants, funding of youth programs, special requests, special needs, etc. It is safe to say that nearly every child growing up in Truckee has been or will be touched and supported by the Truckee Optimist Club. Norm Nichols, Truckee Optimist Club. Next one is from Leanna Jacuzzi. Please continue the air show. It is great community activity for families new and old to Truckee. It is an event where people get to meet, socialize, and get to know all the programs and fun events our town has to offer. Thanks for your consideration in continuing this event. Best, Leanna. From Kim Yamauchi. Hi, Airport Board. I am writing to let you know how important the air show is to our community and hope that we can continue this tradition. My son has always loved aircraft and chose to attend Cal Poly as an aerospace engineer. He always loved attending the air show, and it was a highlight of the summers. He is now working full-time for a small aerospace company in San Luis Obispo. At the age of 23, he is still going to come home for the air show weekend and was of course disappointed that the show was canceled this year. My point is that people young and old enjoy the show. For him, it has influenced his chosen profession. For others, such as myself, it is just an exciting weekend here in Truckee. The airport gives so much to this community, and the air show helps the community to see and understand how the community benefits from this resource. I realize it has been difficult few months for the airport, and there are some loud voices in this community. But by succumbing to these loud voices, the airport loses an amazing opportunity to showcase how the airport benefits the community and an opportunity to give back. Thank you, Kim Yamauchi. From Sheila Greeno. I'm writing in support of the air show. As a 30-plus resident of Truckee, over the years, the air show has been an enjoyable event that brings our community out for a fun day. There are many music festivals and outdoor recreation events in our region, but the air show is unique and shows that our town is more well-rounded than drinking, music, and sports. The air show is a great family event bringing together first responders, nonprofit organizations, serving the community, and mentors in aviation. It will be a shame if it were to end. I recognize that nobody likes the noise and the potential danger of another plane crash in a neighborhood, but I see the air show as an opportunity for the community connectivity, and some real education about aviation. I also believe there could be some direction change away from the, quote, showy in-flight aspect. Continue with the flyovers from Fallon, but have less landings and takeoffs during the preceding the show. Possibly include more recognition and exposure to the agencies that use the airport and keep us safe. This is a family festival, and kids love seeing the men and women who protect our community in uniform. So let there be lots of them. How can you involve community organizations such as the high school band, community theater, or sports teams? I think many people see the air show to be for people interested in aviation, the quote wealthy that, end quote, that fly in at night right over their homes. If the air show could spread their wings and morph into an event that is less about big, loud planes and more about community benefit, you might have less pushback from people. Thanks for your time, and thank you for your donations to the Kids Zone's Children Museum. Sheila Greeno. Jen Parker. It's my understanding that the board is considering permanently discontinuing the air show and family festival. I feel that this would be a shame, as it is a unique, free event with a wide appeal to both locals and visitors to the area. It also seems to draw a wider demographic than many of the other events in our area. The fact that 3 nonprofits that help put on the event receive dollars to support all the good work they do in our community just illustrates the ripple effect the Air Show and Family Festival have. Thank you, Jen Parker. Next one is from Rick Tavan. I can't make today's meeting. Here are my comments for the board. The airport provides a vital transportation link, education resource, public safety, and firefighting asset, tourism magnet, employment for hundreds, funding for community projects, and more. But of all the wonderful benefits of our airport, perhaps the most generally loved is the air show. It is the one thing that we do that everyone in the community, permanent resident, part-timer, second homeowner, and occasional tourist alike can enjoy for free. And it directly benefits worthy local charitable causes while entertaining and educating the public. What's not to like? The recent decision to cancel the 2021 edition was an ill-conceived, knee-jerk reaction to a tragic accident. Yes, airplanes occasionally have accidents. So do cars, trucks, motorcycles, buses, trains, boats, and skateboards. But we don't shut down Hot August nights, the Railroad Museum, bus/rail transit stations, Interstate 80, North Shore Boulevard, or the regional skate park facility because of those accidents. Of course not. Instead, we redouble our efforts to promote safety through education and facility improvements. That is how you should have handled that accident, adding to the air show a sad tribute to the victims of accidents and launching a new visible safety campaign. And now you want to consider canceling the air show forever. Good grief. What could that possibly do? It's volunteer run, educational, inspiring, and fun for the entire community. It's the best thing you do. Don't stop now. Bring it back better than ever. Thanks, Rick Tavin. The next comment is from Margaret Skilcorn. To the Airport District Board of Directors, the following list of 380 names is being submitted today to show community support for the future of the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. Names are submitted via www.supporttheairshow.com. Here's an excerpt from the website. Since 2011, the Truckee Tahoe Airport District has generously funded the operational costs for the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival, allowing for free admission and free parking as a benefit to our community. By the end of 2021, the Airport District Board of Directors, Rick Stevens, David Diamond, Teresa Odette, Mary Hetherington, and Catherine Roth will determine the fate of the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. They will vote whether or not to support this one-day, family-friendly, community-oriented, award-winning event. The Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival is completed the next day by the EAA local chapter Young Eagles volunteers flying Youth for Free. They fly hundreds of kids the Sunday after the air show and family festival. They are an instrumental part of the post-air show with this wonderful opportunity for kids. Please submit your name to support the future of the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. To date, 380 people have submitted their names in support of the Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival. Name list is provided for the board. In closing, at the Airport District Board meeting on Wednesday, October 27th, an Air Show and Family Festival committee member will give a presentation to the board, all of you, and they urge the community to attend the board meeting to become better informed and educated about the Air Show and Family Festival and how to show their support. Signed, the quote, Support for Truckee Tahoe Air Show and Family Festival group, in collaboration with the 3 nonprofits that produce the Air Show and Family Festival. They are the Truckee Tahoe Optimist Club, Kids Zone Museum, and the Experimental Aircraft Association Local Chapter 1073. That is all I have for written public comment for items not on the agenda.
Lauren, did you see there was a chat from Ms. Gillicorn wanting to clarify something?
Okay. Is she here live and can clarify?
She must be, since she...
Oh, well, yeah, she submitted the email, but yes, the letter is on behalf of the 380 signatures and the groups that I read that ended the letter.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good work reading all that, Lauren. I'm impressed. Okay. Let me get that agenda back up. I think we're done with public comment and we're going to the consent agenda. Does anybody want to pull anything? Not me. Not David. Not Mary. Not Kat. Not Rick. I like the head shake. That's good. Okay, who wants to make a motion? You guys are all on mute.
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Roll call. Public comment. Any public comment on the consent agenda?
I have no written public comment.
Okay, Vice President Diamond?
Yes.
Director Hetherington? Sorry, you mute. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. President Odette?
Yes.
And Director Rolfe?
Yes.
Director Stevens?
Yes.
Thanks. That was a nice one. Item number 8, special agenda items and presentations, aircraft incident update. Kevin, I assume that's you?
Yeah, I'm going to turn that over to Hardy real quick. He's got just a few, as you know, we do this report every month, and we'll probably continue it for maybe one more or however long the board would like us to do that, however long the public feels it's useful. But Hardy, did you want to just give a couple of the highlights of things that have changed since the last report?
Sure. Director Hetherington at the last meeting asked to do some additional testing, soil testing, and so we contacted the Nevada County Health Department and Ponder Environmental, who's a contractor on the site, and they did indeed do some additional soil testing across the street. The soil test came back negative for hydrocarbons, so we're convinced, and based on the county's response and the consultant response, there's no additional contamination of the site across the street. I did talk to the homeowners on Reynold Way this afternoon, and Kevin and I have both been in contact with them. We feel there's still some additional trees and possibly some minor landscaping and some soil disturbance and some erosion control that still needs to take place. I did talk to McLaren Aviation, their representative, earlier in the week, and he assured me that the most of that work would be completed in the next 2 weeks. There are 29 soil containers located at the old town courtyard. Those soil containers contain the contaminated soil, and those are being hauled away one by one and removed from the site. We did get a comment from one constituent regarding the containers of soil. So I think the next step for us is going to be a formulation of a letter to McLaren Aviation asking for some additional help contributing to the cleanup, the site cleanup, and the final remediation of the site. In addition to that, we don't have any additional, well, there's no additional detail from NTSB on the report or in any details related to that. So that's essentially the update I have for you on the Challenger incident at this time.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board?
I want to thank Hardy for getting environmental health to come out there to check with Ponder and getting that tested, and also to continue to push on that insurance company to finish their work.
You bet. Yeah, we're going to stick with that until it's all done to the satisfaction of the people located there in the neighborhood and the community in general. So we'll stick with it, and just here to answer any questions for the community or the board at any time.
Any other board member comments? Okay, any public comment, Lauren?
I have no written public comment.
Well, thank you, Hardy. All right, management team reports. I assume all of my compadres have read them all. Do you want to go one at a time with questions? Let's start with GM report. Kevin?
Yeah, I don't have anything. Mine's pretty brief this month, so I can answer any question that anyone has, but I don't have anything specific to bring up.
Anyone have any questions for Kevin on his report?
Not Rick.
11. Okay. No.
Okay. Do we have any public comment on the GM report?
No public comment.
Okay. Operations and Maintenance Department report. I'm not sure who was on staff for this one, but anybody have any questions?
Dave Hoffman is here. But,
okay.
I don't.
Any questions from the board?
I had a question in terms of the facility maintenance plan expenditures. It would have been nice going forward to know how much these things each cost. So like roof coatings for the fuel farm care flight, crew quarters, terminal, this was in last year's budget, but what was the actual cost?
Yeah, we could provide that. Dave actually had that in there, and because some of these things were still going, I actually removed that, and we can make sure that that's in there as those projects get done. But Dave originally had some of those numbers in there, but I thought until they're finalized, I removed them. But we can provide costs on those things.
Yeah, what the final costs are when they're done, please. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay.
Thanks, Dave, for your report, though. You did it right. I probably should just left those costs there. I was going to get with you on that.
Not a problem, Kevin, not at all.
Any public comment or question?
Since Dave's here, do you remember what those numbers were?
Mary, I'd have to pull up another screen here, but I could get those to you tomorrow if you'd like, or tonight before it's over.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Very good.
Tonight or tomorrow, Mary?
If you can pull them up, that would be great. You can send them to my email, and then I could fill in.
We'll send it out to all of you. Dave has a report that has the numbers next to it. We can put that in there. Still in process.
Any public comment?
I have no written public comment.
My comment is that if that's being sent out to all the board members, it's also certainly available to the public if they want to contact Dave or Kevin for that information.
Yeah, we can repost it, or yeah.
And I've got these. I've got the numbers right here if you'd like to hear them.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we've got the roof coatings, and I can go through it. Care Flight, Fuel Farm, and the terminal generator. That was $153,024.
Okay. And that was at budget, below budget, above budget.
That is above what was budgeted due to pricing of materials and just the way things are going these days.
Okay.
We have the replacement of the 3 underground water valves, which was done at time and material because of the unknowns of underground excavation and things. So we worked with a local contractor who's been extremely receptive and fair with us, and that came in just at $29,000, and that was more of a water plan expenditure. So we didn't have a baseline for this because it was not in the facilities maintenance plan.
Okay.
And then the painting of the fuel farm tanks and all the piping, that was $43,976, and that again was above the FMP budgeted number due to qualifications of contractors, and prevailing wage certainly comes in, but it was above what was budgeted.
So, because I was, and looking at this year's budget, I was then comparing to last year's budget, and for the fuel farm facility maintenance, we had budgeted $15,000.
That's correct. That was electrical.
Okay, so did we have budgeting for this painting or the roof coatings?
Yeah, yes, there was for this year. It was laid out in the facilities maintenance plan that we did have a plan for that, and it was not enough funding for the project, but we determined that we would go forward with it due to the fact that we weren't getting traction in some other areas, and so we reduced the number of projects and paid a little bit more because that's what the market was bearing.
Okay, I get that. I guess I'm just thinking, we live with the budget, and if we knew we were going to be painting the fuel farm tanks and piping, and I'm not seeing it in the 2021 budget. So I was just curious. That's a question for Kevin. Was it anticipated, or was it?
Well, yeah, I have to get back to you on that, Mary. I'd have to look back through all those things. But what we have on certain years is obviously the facility maintenance plan. We started that like in 2019, 2020, and the construction costs and materials costs, supply chain issues dramatically increased everything. And so we're still trying to get projects done, the most needed projects done that are out there, but trying to do the best we can to meet those FMP goals. But we're going to have to get creative over the next few years on what we're able to do and not do. But I can get back to you on your question.
Yeah, to me, it's just the disconnect between what we have in the budget and then these costs.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of disconnects, and I maybe that's not the right word to use, but and we can bring back all of these costs back to you. But what we're seeing right now is maybe double the cost on some things than what they were a year and a half ago. Some things we decided not to do, like for instance, we were going to bring back the parking lot expansion. There was the warehouse, the paving over there. I mean, some of these things were 40-50% more than the engineer's estimate. Even we talked about doing hydronic heating out here in front of the building where we've got that icy spot all winter that was like 4 times the engineer's estimate. So it's just kind of this crazy world we're living in. So we're trying to get done the things we can that we think is necessary, and the costs are within our ability to do.
I'm not averse to doing the work that you see that needs to get done. I'm just trying to understand if we have stuff in the budget and then we choose not to do that because it's too expensive, but then we do this other stuff. It's all fine, but clarity is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I should be an accountant instead of an engineer. A little bit of both. I just went to be clear on this. So that's why I asked for these dollars, because I did not specifically see them in the 2021 budget, any of those. And I understand how the water valve, that comes up. That's an unknown. But the other ones had been planned to some extent. And if they ended up costing more, I understand that as well. But that's understanding, what you project the budget's going to be and then the actual. And that's something that we as a board should be aware of. So,
Yes.
More on that to come on the budget item.
Yeah. And then the care flight crew quarters, does the cost of that particular portion of the $150,000, I don't know if it was 20,000 of it or 70,000 of it, is that factored into the CAM in terms of the lease rate that we charge to the care flight?
Not CAM, not the painting. Now those are shorter term leases, and so painting the buildings or replacing capital equipment on those facilities, we do those, and then we capitalize those over a 20 or 30 year lease on that building.
Well, are these expensed, or this goes back to budgeting, because we have some stuff that's an annual expense and we have other things that are carried over years. So.
Can I interrupt and just say we have a big budget item coming up, and we're kind of off topic on the ops and maintenance report?
Well, only in the sense that this is money that was spent that wasn't necessarily budgeted, and it added up to $200,000.
I'll have to get back. I don't know if that's accurate, Mary. Let me get back to you on that, because some of these things are in there. Some of them are routine repair and maintenance. Some of them are facility maintenance. I mean, we're mixing two different things there. So, and we can bring all these to the board for decisions.
Yeah, let's dig deeper on that in the budget discussion.
Thank you.
Okay. I know you guys said you were done, but I want to ask again after that conversation, any other board comments and any other public comment?
Nope.
My only comment is these engineers' estimates. I don't think we've ever been below one, have we, in the last 2 years?
We have on some pavement stuff, but
yeah,
pretty much everything else has been over.
Yes, everything's higher.
Yeah,
I know it's not, and it's not just prevailing wage.
No, it's
although
supply
that's a
chain
factor.
issue. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we're hearing that are affecting costs.
Okay, budget later. Any new public comment, Lauren?
I have no written public comment.
Okay, item 11, Finance and Admin Department report. Who's here for that?
Any questions from anyone?
I do not have any. Mary?
Of course. Just in terms of looking at the August monthlies, and again, because I'm looking at the budget going forward, I look at the budget back. And when I looked at pages 6 on your the date. Well, for one, I'm really glad you're doing the 100 acres, but we don't have a column that correlates to between 1 and 125 in terms of the budget. So going forward, we can add that in for the September. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I'm having a really hard
Yeah,
time.
you were breaking up.
Right. Now.
Okay, let me put on the headphone. We thought
I actually think it's Kelly's giving us feedback. You have your speakers on out loud?
I think it was Mary's too.
Okay, let me.
It's an echo.
Thought he had fixed this. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't the iPad, it's me, my machine. We did an update and it wasn't adequate. So Kelly, in terms of like the monthlies, we list your categories, you know, in terms of, but we don't list that it's item 1, 2, up to line 125. So how these monthly bills correlate to the budget?
Well, the budget's right next to it.
So, for example, then I went in to say, okay, line airfield lights or facility maintenance or land management. I could not find that on line. It should show up somewhere around on page 6.
So there's 2 reports that you get each month. The one that is kind of like a blue and a green and a yellow. That's the exact budget model.
Right.
So for land management, for example, it's the second to last line right before total repair and maintenance.
Right before total. And that's why I'm saying if it was line 124, I could look for line 124 on this monthly report. Because that's what it is in the budget, is line 124.
Are you wanting a reference, like parentheses, line 124 means the budget?
So Mary, are you asking for the narrative in the budget to match the detailed income statement that?
Does it not do that?
Well, I'm asking if you're asking for the reference code from the narrative over to the monthly detailed income statement that you produce.
That would be helpful, I think, to correlate so that I can look and say, okay, well, this, current year to date versus what we've spent, it's another column, just like we do in the budget.
If you're looking at land management, there is a year-to-date number, there's a budget year-to-date number, and then there's a whole year's worth of budget number.
Okay, and I'm just going, okay, I'm looking for land management. And it's on page 5, page 6?
Page 9 of the PDF.
Page 9, okay. So there it is, okay. So I was looking up above in the...
No, the first report is the breakdown one that you wanted of each different department. And then the second report is the roll-up.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. So, because these categories correlate to the budget narrative and the numbers, am I correct?
Yep.
So getting that a little column on there of those numbers, is that possible, or is that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Anything else, Mary?
No, it was because, like I say, I'm looking back and looking forward and trying to understand what we've spent thus far. And she's got that in terms of the future budget looking forward, but I was getting into the detail, into the weeds. So thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, it's there though, just so you know.
Yeah.
The actual and budget and the whole thing it's all there.
I was looking at the wrong columns, the wrong sheets. Thank you.
Okay. Any other board member comments or questions? Okay, any public comment, Lauren?
No public comment.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. Let's go to number 12, Aviation and Community Services Department report.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot of information, a lot of data compiled within the report. I know the board, most of the directors have read it and reviewed it. Had a few questions, so please answer any questions you may have about what's in the Aviation and Community Services report.
David?
I do. Hey, Hardy, on item 4, there's a quote, staff is working with Oakland Center to enhance safety and reduce annoyance. I'm just curious, what are we doing with Oakland Center in that regard? I was just surprised to hear that Oakland Center, that we're working with Oakland Center on something like that, so I'm curious as to what that referred to.
Yeah, good question. The most recent conversation was related to the skydiving operation, so trying to understand the levels of control affiliated with the skydiving operation below 18,000 but above the Class D. So that was the last conversation. The other conversations we've had with them are related mostly to the way aircraft enter the pattern. So flow control for aircraft transitioning from IFR to tower control here. And then they also had a meeting, which I was not able to attend, with Flight Tech Engineering, doing a safety analysis of the proposed flight procedures. So those are the 3 most recent occurrences kind of related to safety in Oakland Center.
Okay, thank you. And then I had just a comment on item 5. It appears that the vast majority of accidents that we've had are on the airfield, and that they're piston aircraft. Just an observation of that. I don't see any trends that are actionable in this data. I don't know if others do see something there that would flag a policy change or anything else that we could do. It appears to me that, because in reading more about them, the majority of the time it's considered pilot error, and what we can do about that is pilot education, and we've got a line item later on to do that. So unless anybody else felt differently about that, that was just my takeaway of that. And then my last comment on the ops report, I found the chart to be confusing, and I think the reason that it's confusing is because we're not consistent with the way that we present data. Like, for example, if you took the gliders out of that, which are non-powered silent aircraft, it tells a very different story about traffic growth. And from that, and this is what I'll just propose to our board to see if there's any interest in this, I feel like we should have, at the end of every year, because of things like this, we should get our headline numbers, our operations, the amount of money that we've donated, everything that is a kind of a headline number for this airport, and certify them, agree on them and certify them, and then use that as a single point of truth moving forward, so that we always have something that's consistent, so we don't have like one chart that appears to show something and another chart that appears to show something else. So I just wanted to put that out there to see if there was interest from the board in pursuing something like that. And that was all I had on these.
I think that's a great idea. Mary, did you hear that?
No, I didn't. I got dumped off for some reason, so what's the great idea? Summarize.
I was just advocating that I mentioned that on the ops report that we've had different charts that show different numbers on stuff, and in many cases it's not significant, but based on what is being shown, like gliders not being there, it significantly changes that chart. And I was just advocating that at the end of every year, we organize what we refer to it like as the headline numbers, what our operations were, what our donations were, what our tax revenues were, all that, and certify it as a board, so that we can then set those numbers in stone and then publish them, so that not only airport references would refer to certified numbers, but public references, if it was a news media or if it was somebody in the public who was trying to get data on the airport, that we would have these, and that we would know these numbers were certified on this date by this particular board. I just think it's done in the private sector often. When you've got a lot of data to manage like this, and having that single point of truth just prevents things from getting confusing later on, or recalculated later on with a formula that might have changed and that sort of thing. So that was just my suggestion there.
Yeah. I think that's a great idea, because, these airport operations, and I would like it broken out in terms of the jets, not just defined as turbine, because in some places on the chart that's in this board book, the touch and goes range from 26 to 35%. But in the Mead and Hunt forecast, they had the piston touch and go at 20%. And, and then the Damon Bradley, the Brandley report, and I had a long conversation, with Damon today, trying to understand his numbers, and and there's just so many different numbers, and there's not consistency. And I agree that would be very useful, because, they're very different in different places. And you're looking at a much broader than just the operations count. There's other things you're saying that would be good to certify at the end of the year, which I think is a great idea too.
Yeah, I mean, it stemmed from this only because we do, it's every time we see a chart, I find us as a board often going in and asking, how did we get to these numbers? Like, what was the formula we used, and why is this chart different than that chart? And I just feel like if we certify the numbers, and we certify the formula, or publish the formula that was used to arrive at that numbers, we have a standard. And if in the future we realize there was an error, we can recalculate and recertify the numbers. There's no problem in doing that, but at least we have that consistency. And it's not, as you're saying, it's not just operations, it's all the money that we spend on different things, also the money that we take in revenue wise. I think it'd just be easier than people going through budgets and trying to figure out all that stuff.
I think we all agree. Good idea, David.
Yes. Yeah, I just point out one item. We usually use the annual roll-up master approved by the board in January as those certifiable numbers. So from a staff perspective, those have been pretty timeless over the course of the last, at least since I've been involved with it. So those are certified numbers. When we call for special reporting, or for example, hey, I want to show the community this, or I want to have an exhibit that illustrates that, that's when staff runs into kind of a internal questioning of dialogue, like how are we going to arrive at that number? Because you're right, there are so many different measurements and metrics. So maybe we could help the board by giving you a schematic of the numbers that we use on a regular basis, and then kind of master planning and engineering, and you could look at that menu and we could come up with an equation that would make sense to everybody, and then you can see what you get at the end of the year inclusive. And then if we build another report, we can use the core numbers to build special reports. For example, the report in 5A there, that's a special one-off report that we made. But happy to help do that.
Yeah, David and I talked about this briefly, and I think that's a great thing to do. I think the best time to do that would be when we do the audit every year, because that's when we would have the financial numbers anyways. And then we could roll up, some of these operations numbers and do an annual report and do that all at that same time.
Yeah, because it's, for example, the Mead and Hunt numbers don't match these numbers, and then glider, the glider tow planes have always historically been pulled, been in piston, but then Mead and Hunt pulls them out separate. And then when you add up the numbers, they don't match your chart or what historically.
Well, the Mead and Hunt data is, that's a forecast, and the others are the actuals.
But the 2019, and they've got 2019 and 2020 data, and when you crunch the numbers, they don't match.
Well, they just don't. See what you have. That's fine. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I'm not sure what you're referring to, but we can look at that.
Yeah. So
great idea.
And it affects, as we're going into the pavement management plan, and it affects how we're managing and how we're planning for the future.
Okay.
So, okay.
Any other questions or comments on this report from the board?
I have other comments, not on that ops. We've dealt with that. In terms of the
We're on
keeping the-
aviation and community
still in-
services, right? Okay.
Right, yeah. So this is 13 in the report where we talk about keeping the MLAT at $80,000 for 3% of the aircraft, which are, gliders and older, typically smaller GA single engine aircraft. And my understanding is at 2020, everybody had to be ADS-B unless they were going to go above 10,000 feet. Is that correct?
That is pretty much correct.
Okay. So, and gliders don't even have to have the mode AC. They're not even required to have the mode 3 AC.
That's right.
So keeping the MLAT at $80,000, I'm just looking at the numbers. If I take 3% of piston plus piston twin, it's about 18,000. 3% of that is 545 ops. That's 272 flights, aircraft. That's almost $300 a plane that we would keep the MLAT in place for. So explain to me, since a glider doesn't even have to have a mode AC, it doesn't have to have ADS-B, they're kind of invisible if they want to be. And by 2020, are there any aircraft here that don't fly above 10,000 feet?
So we have been collecting data on the ADS-B equipage rates for a long time. The 3% is essentially where we're currently at regarding the total fleet equipage. That means out of 100 planes, there's 3 of them that come in without ADS-B. I can't tell you the exact number across the fleet mix. There's X number of gliders and so on. But I can tell you that it's hovering, and we have great information on this, around 3%. The concept with ramping down our support for the MLAT system is essentially trying to test the recent technology, the display technology that's in the tower right now, sews together a bunch of ADS-B, MLAT, and other sources. We want to start taking these stations offline, particularly the stations that we pay ground lease support for, take those offline, see how the system performs, and see if we can get that number not from 80,000 but to 0. And in my report, I talked about that ramp down. And if we can get to 0 in the MLAT, we still have a decent receiver rate for our targets, we can still feed that 3% of the fleet mix into the display technology in the tower, basically making a full situational awareness for the tower. So we're really hesitant to just turn it off for the 3%. But I think what we've outlined and what Joe's worked to develop in his report is really that phased out test period over the next year to look at it and then make sure that we can still see those targets that are important to our controllers, basically in with the system that's essentially free as long as the hardware holds up. And it's a pretty technical aspect, and I know Joe's on to answer any of your questions too, but did I get that essentially correct, Joe?
You did, Hardy. You did. So it's going to be a step down approach, right? We're going to take one station offline, evaluate the airspace, take another one offline, evaluate the airspace, take another one offline, evaluate the airspace. With the end state being, most importantly, is to keep the airspace within Truckee safe, right? For the air flying in and out. So just don't want to shut it off. We just want to phase it down by one station at a time. So that's the approach that we want to take. So.
And okay, carrying it another year, but understanding that this is, that do we need it? And in the end, your gliders don't have to be ADS-B or mode AC compliant. So there's always going to be some gliders that you're not going to see, correct?
Yeah, there's always, we should remember, that's a really great point. There's always targets within the airspace volume that controllers will not see, both here in Truckee and at San Francisco International. That's part of the way the airspace system is designed. That's why see and avoid is so important. That's why the controllers are looking outside. So we always understand that. At this particular airport, we have a very interesting fleet mix in that every single airplane that goes into SFO is ADS-B equipped. No question about it. Here we have what we refer to as an aeronautical ecosystem. You have fast movers and slow movers, equipped and not equipped at all. And so when you mix those together, there's a very unique set of hazards that come up to play. And our goal with ramping the MLAT down is to protect ourselves from that safety risk and mitigate it and ramp it down to see if we can get the same display coverage while reducing the overall cost of the district. Our airport's pretty unique in that you have gliders, skydivers, big jets, tail wheel, off airport. You have all these different users. So that's essentially, Director Hetherington, why we're kind of trying to scope it down and see how our coverage exists over the next year.
It seems to me that we have, it's hard to get a word in edgewise here. It seems to me that when we approved ADSB 2 years ago, we talked about eliminating this. We're keeping it on. Now, the magic word was safety. So that trumps everything, but we talked about getting rid of it after a year. That's obviously not happening.
It is still a year. I'm just trying to, ADSB just came online, so we literally are just integrating all that data. So I just wanted the timing to kind of, give us a little time to ramp the system down. That's my recommendation. Certainly, if the board wants to take it offline entirely, that's part of our possible the piece in the staff report. We're willing to do that, and we could show you the display that we're going to end up with when we're done, and we will do the best we can with the technology we have. Certainly.
Is it a safety issue, Hardy?
Yes.
Well, I don't want to take it offline for a safety issue, but I'm not sure I agree with your comment that I haven't seen us ramping it down. You're saying we are going to make it happen.
That starts this year, and
make it happen.
What was that?
I said make it happen.
We are. We're doing that, and we did talk about when we were ramping up ADSB that there was going to be a transition period, but we are ramping it down now.
When did ADSB come online again, please?
About a year ago. About a year ago?
We actually, I'd have to look exactly. The station was completed late 2020, and the data got fed in to Oakland Center early 2021.
So we're starting that ramp down right now.
Am I correct in that, Joe?
Yes, you are. And based upon the results of this meeting, October, next month, the first station is going to be brought offline. So there's your ramp down plan. As soon as we say, yep, we want to do this, we're going to start next month ramping down the MLAT system.
So you're taking off one station in October, and then there'll still be two. Right, and there's still two more stations.
Right. So we're taking off the one out in Lookout, which is the most expensive site that you have, because once we take a station offline, we want at least a little bit of period of time to look at the airspace, to see how the airspace is performing without that station. Then we can immediately go to the next station, Schoolhouse or Martis, and take that one offline, right? And the same thing. Then we want to evaluate, and then take another one offline.
And the flip side is, depending on how you look at the data, you may say, oh my gosh, we need to have this station back up.
We actually have a plan. Yeah, we talked about that, Mary. We have a plan for that, and there's some alternative technology that we can bring in that may allow us to backfill some of that surveillance volume that it goes missing with the station. That's essentially free. So we do have a plan if we can still get additional data pumped in through an MLAT system, just with the existing no-cost alternative.
And I'm just, and my point being, we're doing that for $300 per aircraft. We're to do that. We're paying $80,000 for 3%, which is about $300 per aircraft. And even doing that, there will be aircraft that will not be seen. Correct? Or jumpers or gliders. There will be things we don't see. And that's just something I want the board to be aware of. It's like, it's not perfect. It's not going to be 100% safe. And in the end, yeah. Okay. On the flight tech, I had the other one was on the operations and comment report. We had one hangar tenant fly quiet incentive violation. Are they in a fly quiet one so nothing happened? They used the fly quiet 2 time?
Yes.
So there was no, you don't know.
Oh, we'll have to look. Yeah, I don't. David Van David's actually on vacation, but
Okay.
we can find out for you.
Yeah, did anything happen is what I was asking.
Yes.
You know, in the report.
Yeah, if they violate the Fly Quiet program, then the incentive is removed. If the one I'm thinking of, yes, it was removed.
Okay.
Because I've talked with that pilot about their unhappiness about that. I'm pretty sure that's the one that you're referring to.
And that is for 3 months or 6 months that they're
9
incentive?
months.
9 months. Okay. Great. Thank you. In terms of the flight tech engineering, the fifth bullet, it says, while not within the specific scope of the original meeting, ZOA brought up and requested a significant redesign of the Tahoe RNAV departure, serving runway 02 and 29. The Tahoe waypoint is not compatible with the surrounding airspace and conflicts with operations at RNO, at Reno. What does that mean for us?
Mary, are you taking that from my staff report?
Yes.
Let me get
tab 13B, the fifth bullet. So we've been sending people to the Tahoe web, and I.
I'm not sure on the ABCOM report.
Yeah, it's tab 13B.
13B.
It's the flight tech engineering report from Rich Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I was on the wrong report.
And this is, this is the plate.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? With Tahoe, that seems to be.
Oh yeah, the Tahoe RNAV departure, Mary, is a departure that's been pre-existing at this airport for the last 4 years. It's actually a 29 departure with a climbing right turn. That has been disabled for quite some time. That is a conflict that we've known about ever since that got put in or designed. I think it was designed about 8 years ago. It came to fruition about 5 years ago, got used for a year, and then that conflict came up. That was not a procedure that the airport pursued. That was originally done by NetJets.
Okay.
That's not part of our complement of flight procedures that the airport is currently pursuing.
Okay, so now they're going to powder. Well, they go to truck, but this departure shows them going to powder, not to truck.
Yeah, the Tahoe RNAV departure is not currently being used based on its conflict.
So it's not being used at all?
No, it's not being used.
Okay. So this it came up. Okay, so they're working on, is that okay. What is that? That doesn't mean anything for us then?
No, not with our current complement of the work that we're doing with flight tech engineering on our procedures that the board's aware of.
Okay. So then 13G has a bunch of the accident graph. And I get the dots, fatal crashes. Is that aircraft or is that airplanes or a number of people? The size of the point.
The point is the number
aircraft crashes.
That's correct. Fatal aircraft incidents.
Okay, so the one in 2021 should be bigger because there were 2. There was the one over near Lahontan as well as the one in Martis Valley Estates.
Yeah, so that dot indicates two fatal crashes.
Are they all 2s? Because it looks like they're one size dots.
I think most of them are 2s and 3s.
Okay.
There's a green one size dot on the non-fatal crash graph.
We'll put a legend in there that may be a little easier to.
Yeah, we can clarify that.
Okay, I found this very informative. On the non-fatal crash averages, I do not understand this, and I asked 2 or 3 other people if they understood. I don't understand the vertical axis and what do you get by averaging?
Yeah, the goal was we took all the complement airports, and those are just selected. We put the total number of incidents, per year and then had it graphed out like that. So I think the legend on the left may be incorrect to me. I think there's possibly a decimal point off there. I just caught that.
Yeah,
Yeah, these are not final. I will mention that we did talk to the board about bringing forward some exhibits so you can see what type of exhibit you want to illustrate this data.
Right.
In my staff report, I just want to know who's the final audience and where we want or how we want to disseminate this. And so it does look like we need to make a correction to this graph, but part of what we want to do is assess the board's, get a temperature from the directors and see where you're at with all these exhibits. Is this what you want to see? How much further should we dig into this data, and who's the final audience that we're going to present this work to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's of value in terms of how we present this. It's my point being that we do everything we can to make this airport as safe as possible, but it's not a beginner airport. And so this is information that will be valuable potentially in the pilot education aspect of reaching out. It's a point reaching out to say, that and do we really compare ourselves to Grass Valley or to Minden? Those to me are like different animals.
Can I comment on that, Lori?
Yeah.
I just on that comment about it being a beginner, it actually is literally a beginner airport for everybody who's taking flight lessons in our 01 Golf and other aircraft. When I did my flight training in San Carlos, I was taught by my flight instructor that Truckee is where airplanes go to die, and that was a common consensus down there. And when I got up to Truckee, I was a little bit nervous about this. And then when I started doing mountain checkups and flying up here and realizing that Truckee has its gotchas with density, altitude, with terrain, with that sort of thing, with wind. But other airports have their own. And I think it's not so much a factor of, is Truckee a beginner, like a green run, blue run, or black run airport. It's just you have to understand Truckee like you have to understand flying in San Carlos. It's right next to San Francisco. You take a long turn and you're a hood ornament on a 777. So there's those things we don't have to worry about up here, but we have to worry about other stuff. So I do feel like it, like when I'm looking at the, well, first of all, when I hear people kind of characterize Truckee now as being dangerous, I have to oppose that, because I really feel like danger in a cockpit comes from a pilot who's not prepared for the situation. And you are prepared for the situation, it's not dangerous. I've got friends up here who tell me they're afraid to fly down to San Carlos or Palo Alto because of the complex airspace down there. And it's like, to me, it's second nature because I learned to fly there. So I do feel like when I look at the accident report here, which I personally, I'm hesitant to try to publish this because I'm not sure that it tells a story that's meaningful, but it does inform us as a board and as a district, and including staff, that there's two things that we can do to improve safety for people in the cockpit and people on the ground. For people in the cockpit, we can do everything we can to increase pilot education and proficiency about our area, including case studies, studying these accidents, understanding what happened. We have an agenda item later tonight, in my opinion, that addresses that. And for folks on the ground, as we heard from people, if there was a way that we could move aircraft away from town, away from people, lo and behold, we've got an agenda item for that too. So I feel like we're looking at this stuff and taking it seriously, and we've got these two approaches, which I applaud. I think are both great approaches. I'm just not sure when I looked at this data that it told a story that was meaningful to anybody. It's kind of like curious, like, oh, like I looked at it, and one of my takeaways was, oh, I didn't realize that many of the accidents that have actually happened on the field. I didn't realize this, you know, so it was kind of interesting to know that. But I do caution us to, if you publish something and there's not a story to tell behind it, and people are left to kind of devise their own interpretation of it, just the fact that we publish it could imply to some people that there's something here they need to be afraid of, and I don't feel like there is. It's actually, you know, I think that the runway safe surfaces have the most to fear than anybody, but we're doing the pilot education. We're looking into an option for moving aircraft away, and I kind of feel like that's the in my opinion, the better outcome than to publish this stuff without really having a context for it.
Well, I think the value in this is that they're pilots, that this might be the first time they ever come here. And as we look at the increasing trend numbers of aircraft coming in and projected, and just like you have good drivers and bad drivers, and you have drivers with bald tires, and you have no control over a subset of pilots. And so for us to be conscious, I mean, that we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 over 11 years fatalities, that's a lot. You know, and trending going forward, that number's going to maybe potentially increase. And so I find them useful. I don't think it's useful to compare us to Grass Valley. I think it's fascinating that Haley doesn't have any fatal crashes considering where it's located. And Mammoth Lakes is out in a big flat area, so it's like, is that really a comparable? So, and how by including them and then this averaging, which I just don't understand at all, it makes it look, I just want it real. I don't want it, and I'm not saying it's a dangerous airport. I'm saying that there are increasingly my fear of more pilots coming in here who have not done their research before they've come in. And to have 7 fatalities in 11 years, that's a lot. And how we can't control that, but people should know that. And does that factor into our calculus as a board and the community who gives $7.25 million, who maybe are not pilots, how it affects their attitudes towards the airport and what they might want to see. So I'm okay with publishing this fatal and non-fatal crashes without Minden and without Grass Valley, because, you know, to me those are moot. But I'm trying to understand, and maybe Hardy and I'll have to get together, I don't understand this x-axis, this y-axis at all, and what you're trying to get at by averaging, like showing that Truckee has less.
We're not trying to show anything. We're just presenting data. I think that the average, we took all those airports and then averaged them so we could see how we compared with that particular group. And I don't know if this is the time where we want to start debating what is a comparable airport. I think Minden is a really important airport to have in there because it's pretty highly technical, right on the backside of the Sierras. There's all kinds of interesting conditions out there that I think parallel some of the things that we struggle with. And so, but you know, do we want to? I guess the first question is, do you want us to do anything? This is all stuff in draft format. Does the board want us to continue this project and continue building this data and work with you to come up with comparable airports and the right graphics, or you know, what is the desire of the group to do with all of this information? I guess is one of our questions.
For me personally, my answer to that would be no until we know what we're trying to say with it. If we compare ourselves to Sierraville is going to seem like a safer airport. And is that because there's something safer about Sierraville? I would argue it's probably because 95% of the pilots who fly into Sierraville have flown there before. It's not a tourist destination. No offense to people from Sierraville. But I think that like when we get into the comparable airports, this is one of the things that always concerns me about the comparable airport thing, is that like what Mary was saying, the competency of a given pilot is important, and that competency is affected by familiarity. Has the pilot flown in here 100 times, or has the pilot never been here before? And is there anything that the pilot didn't check out? We are taught that we're supposed to make ourselves aware of all the available materials to, coming into an airport, and sometimes we don't do that. But I feel like, the materials that we get from training, from education that's made publicly might help that. I feel like there's other things we can do for that. I'm just not sure for this, like I've said before about when we do studies, I just want to know what the goal is, what the outcome is, what the action is from what we're doing. And I feel like at this point in time, the only thing I'm feeling is that we would just be publishing something for people in the community who know even less about what's going on here than we do, to give them something to worry about that really is not necessarily a cause for concern, because it's not, like what I was sort of hoping for was that we would see these dots and then we would see a problem area and think, well, maybe we've got something to do over there. Maybe we've got a procedural change or something, but I didn't feel like we had enough. Thankfully, we don't have enough accidents here to get a rich data set that we can derive any kind of trend from. So that's just my thought. I don't know if others feel different. I mean, to me, the data is fascinating to have. I'm just not sure that the data without a narrative behind it, kind of like the runway utilization report, which I think is fantastic, and it shows us fantastic data. But if you just publish the report without a narrative, people are going to make up their own stories about it, and they might not be accurate. That's just my concern.
Kat, Rick, either of you have any comments? Kat?
I second David Diamond.
Okay. I think, let's see, I had a couple thoughts. Personally, being a non-aviator, I think it's kind of irrelevant how many units there are, and I would be much more interested in what the percentage is. Meaning, how many flights do we have versus Sierraville? How many fatalities did we have versus Sierraville? That percentage would be more valuable to me as a layperson. And I don't know which one of you said we should or shouldn't make it public, but we did. This is a public meeting, and all of this is right here for anyone to look at. The raw data and the graphs. And then the other thing I wanted to clarify is one of you guys said $7.25 million paid for by the community in taxes.
Mm-hmm.
It's not exclusively paid for by the community. It's paid for by the property owners.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the point of clarification.
And what's your thought with that? Why that clarification? Because they don't live here, maybe?
Simply because when I was on the fire board, 25% of the homeowners were local.
Okay.
So 75% of our revenue was from people who aren't here. I just wanted to make it clear. It's not the whole community paying into sales tax. It's property taxes.
Right.
Period. Okay. That was it for me.
Are there any next steps? Do we want to refine these reports or continue forward? Or would we like to pick it up at the next board meeting?
I would like to keep it alive. I would like, to me, or looking at percentage in terms of their numbers of annual ops, like Teresa talked about percentages, there could be value in that. I would be curious why Haley doesn't have the issues. It's the valley, and you miss you're very much in a like we are in a end of where you're surrounded by mountains.
Yeah. Haley's had a lot of accidents. They haven't had fatalities since 2010. Mm-hmm. So, that's, we can find out. I know the manager there, we can ask him that.
They've only had 5 accidents, non-fatal crashes. We've had
a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
This would be relevant. This would be where I'd want to see the percentages. Like, do they have the same ops that we have? Or do they have 10% of the ops?
Probably comparable.
Okay. So if we want to, I think what I've gotten here, I have three notes, and look closely at the graphs, the x-axis and the percentage.
Y-axis, yeah.
Y. And also we'll clarify the averages and the percent. We'll build the chart with the percent of total ops versus accidents, and we'll bring that back. And then the board can decide, I think, to Director Diamond's point, what's the audience? We're going to need to know that if we're going to produce these in any meaningful way and give them out. We'll just ask you to think a little bit about that, and we'll see at the next meeting and bring this forward for you.
Hardy, I think it could also be useful to break out accidents that were pilot error versus accidents that were mechanical failure. And then going back to what David said about if it's pilot error, how familiar were they to this airport? Was it, they've been out 2 or 3 times, or do they fly in and out 100 times?
Is that something we would know or could know?
I think with some research, I'll tell you that the vast majority are going to be pilot error.
Yeah.
It might take some research. I don't know if that's an October. We might have to do more data analytics on that, but we could get that. We also, at least with our report, we could get some, how familiar was the crew, the people flying the plane. Maybe a little harder to get that from other airports, but we could try.
It would probably be in the NTSB reports.
Sometimes they'll give us information on that.
That to me is like knowing the familiarity of the pilot with the airfield. That does potentially give us actionable data if we can see a solid trend. 85% of the air crashes were from people who were already familiar with Truckee, then that tells us maybe we don't need to emphasize outreach to strangers who are coming here. But if it's the flip side, then maybe we do.
Do we have that data? Do we have that data?
We have data based on the visitation of an aircraft tail number. So a given tail number, we could tell you how many times that aircraft has been here. The flight crew, probably impossible to know exactly their experience with Truckee, but we know how many times the aircraft has been here.
But yeah, like with our accidents in the last 10 years, we know who and how many times and who these people are. I mean, I can look at these dots and I know pretty much what each of those are.
You know who, not the aircraft, but the crew, how many times they've been?
Well, we know who the crew was for most of these accidents, and then with that, most of them were local. So,
the Challenger wasn't local.
No, I know that, but I'm looking at the non-fatal board, and and I looking at those trying to look through, probably more than half of those were locals. The others were from out. Let us do the research on it and come back with the information. But for our report, we know that just from history. Trying to find that with the others, that's going to be looking through NTSB data and doing some things with that. But we're happy to do that. Or at least try.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the board on this for Hardy?
Yeah, and the averaging, I need some clarity, and Hardy, you and I can talk about that, but at 0.2 or 0.1 or 0.4, it means nothing to me.
Understood. Yeah, we'll clarify that.
Okay. And that is everything on tab 13. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any public comment? I saw somebody chatted.
Yeah, it was just from Patty's iPad. Why not compare to other airports in high altitude areas such as Aspen? I believe the airport promised transparency and raw data should be made available. Data can always be interpreted in several ways.
Aspen's in our comparison airport set.
And the raw data is right here, right? It's tab what?
13G.
13G, so the raw data is public.
And it's got error in it, but
I have a
Hardy's going to
public
fix that.
comment via Zoom for Keith Sutton.
Okay.
Keith, you can unmute yourself if you'd like to give a public comment.
We can go with Colin. I think Colin has a comment too, and then until Keith can get his camera or his microphone going.
Evening, everybody. I agree with the idea of comparing high altitude airports, but I'd also want to see a comparison of low altitude, maybe similar volume airports, kind of contrary to Director Diamond's point of calling it not a beginner airport. I'd be interested to see if you compared it to San Carlos or somewhere in Visalia or Fresno, the differences in flying into the high altitude environment specific to Truckee. I think that paints a different picture of our terrain and the challenges compared to somewhere that doesn't have those challenges. And those are the kinds of things that should be made aware to both the public, but also pilots that choose to venture here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Interesting.
Who was the other public comment?
It was Keith. Keith Sutton. We see your hand raised. If you want to speak, maybe on mute. Okay, maybe if you want to send us your comments, we're happy to send them to the board.
All right. Well, I guess we'll move on then. And I want to clarify, I said I wanted to move 16, but I wanted to move 15, which is tab 16. Budget discussion, so my bad, but that's where we're at.
Wish items and tabs were always the same number.
I know. Sometimes they match up a little different. Depending on,
they're usually pretty good.
Yeah. Well, perfect. Yeah, we have our preliminary budget before you today. I know Kelly has put a lot of work into this. I've helped her with it, and we just wanted to kind of go through it. And we've tried to incorporate a lot of the questions you had from the last meeting. And this is the preliminary first draft, just the first draft. We have another draft, and then we have another one, before we approve it. And we can even have a special meeting in November if we want to continue to go through those. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Kelly. Anything else you want to add to that, or turn it over to the board for questions?
No, I assume, you've all read the staff report. Just talks about the dates for the next 2 meetings and when we will be approving. Again, just to echo Kevin, this is a first draft. So it took everything that we talked about in August and put it together in here. I wanted to start off just throwing it out there that you'll notice a very big difference at the very bottom on the net income. And that is truly because of our FAA grant that we received this year. We are not receiving next year, so that's quite a big difference. And if you added that back in again, we'd be right in there where all of our other budgets usually are. But this year we're only going to do about $410,000 to start working on a new project. But with that, I'll open it up to questions, discussion.
Before we do that, there are some formatting things, where columns line. We'll get all that fixed for the final version. But as we were moving through this thing, this document has some quirky formatting, but we'll fix that.
Sure. This little thing, this little.
Okay.
I had just a few questions.
Go, David.
Okay.
Do you want the adapter to?
Mike Cook, mute, please.
And it's
okay, David.
I sat with Kevin the other day, and I had some administrative questions about this that he answered for me. For example, we have website listed in 2 different areas. One at 25,000 and one at 20,000, which I didn't know if that was a redundancy or not. The big one for me is on item 65, which is coincidentally the air show, because we've had so many comments about that. The air show is budgeted to cost $275,000. And what I'm wondering is, because the expense is so big, and it's been a little bit less than that, I think 250 in previous years. Before we're asked to make a decision about this, can we see an audit of where that money is actually spent, and how in the future, in the plan for the increase up to $275,000, where the money is anticipated to go? I'm just curious as to how much of it stays in the community, how much of it leaves the community, what it's actually being used for. Just because it's such a it's such a big expenditure that it's not in item 104 events. So it's not like it's on its own thing. So I feel like as long as it is on its own thing, I'd love to get some detail about that before we're asked to make any decisions.
We can provide, past air shows, the ledger, kind of explains where that money was spent. We have it for about the 180 that the show costs, and then the nonprofits have their own accounting of the 66,000. Do you want both, or are you looking for the whole? Everything?
I'd like to know where all the money goes, because I mean, we're not being asked to decide yes or no. Contrary to what apparently somebody has said to people in the public, it's our decision, it's our responsibility to define an event that makes sense. Yeah. So some of it might make a lot of sense, and maybe some of it doesn't make sense. And I don't want to get into a situation for us in the future where we're in this wholesale position of having to say yes, no, like it's some binary thing, when in fact, we might like to look at parts of it that we think are working really well, and other parts that might not be working so well, and then formulate an alternative based on that. And I feel like we can't really do that unless we can see a breakdown of where everything is going.
Yeah. And I agree with David. I think it's really up to the air show committee, who submitted a proposal that was exactly the same as before, which was not very thoughtful based upon our suggestions. So it's up to the air show committee to sell this and to provide the information so we can make an intelligent decision. I totally agree with David on where the money's going and how it's going to be done. And the air show committee, the ball is totally in their court to make a thoughtful, rational, and effective presentation in October.
I agree with you, and if they submitted the same numbers, I mean, we were just talking about how some things have doubled in cost, so that seems like not the right answer. Anyway, David, was that it for you?
Yes.
Kat, questions?
Mary and I went over this at length yesterday, and so I'm going to let Mary ask the question, and I'm going to back her up on some of the that we went over.
Okay, I'm getting to you, Mary, but I want to get the smaller ones out of the way.
And
Rick, do you have any other questions or comments?
Well, I had a lengthy conversation with Kelly, and she gave me answers I didn't like, because she said, well, the way we can cut it is cut the community expenditures. I said, I want to increase those, not cut them. So I'm not going to ask any more questions, Kelly, because I didn't like your answer.
At least she was telling the truth. Okay.
Yes, she was.
Thanks, Rick. Mary, all you.
So I talked to Kat about everything except hangars, and I talked to Teresa about hangars. So there was a bifurcation there to make you happy, Josh. So starting on Jet A, Line 2, and again, I was pulling out the 2021 to compare to 2022, what's gone up, what's gone down. And in 2021, the markup was 235. We increased it from 220 to 235. And this year we're not increasing it at all from 235. Why are we not adding another 15 cents like we did last year?
You're on mute, Kelly.
Well, I don't think it's hers. I think it's.
I wasn't on mute. Weird. We don't do that increase every year. That increase to 235 was something that we did after looking back, having not done it for at least 5 years. If that's a yearly thing we want to do, I guess we could talk about that. But in the past, and I'd have to defer to Kevin, it wasn't a part of the yearly budget.
Yeah, I mean, we've played around with the margins every so often, but we've for instance, with the 100 low lead, we've tried to keep it around $1 since I've been here. I mean, it was actually 50 cents when I got here, and we raised it to $1. And then we've been between 220 and 240 a gallon margins on the Jet A. That seems to be the pretty typical with airports. With our margin is higher than most, and so we could continue to raise that margin if we want. We're already some of the more expensive fuel in the region, and I guess that's okay. But if we want to push that margin a little higher, we can. I track that on flight on ForeFlight, where I'll look on and check fuel prices across the West and in our city pairs in the Bay Area and Southern California, see what's being charged. You can get Jet A for, as little as $3.95 a gallon. We're pushing deep into the fives here. So that's what that's doing.
Yeah, I'm just Jet A. Yeah, so we were 220 in 2020, then we went to 235, and I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like, why wouldn't we go to 250? Would be my thought. I don't know what. Well,
we didn't talk about this, but I'm going to back up on this and say, if I go boating on Folsom Lake, gas is like, $4 a gallon. But if I want to fill up here, it's like $9. So, yeah, if it's going to be comparable, you could. It seems to me there's some room to run because it doesn't seem to stop anybody from boating.
Yeah, and so that's one of the reasons we raised it 15 cents a year and a half ago, about a year and a half ago. We can push it higher. Usually the most expensive fuel anywhere is at the international airports, and a lot of people don't pay those prices, but they'll get almost $8 a gallon, but they'll have contract fueling there, and it's much lower. But we're right now, at $5.75 a gallon, and that's the most expensive in Northern California, outside of some of the few airports of the Bay Area. So we're already on that high end. We can push higher if that's the will of the board. We can watch and see what that might do with sales, but we can push it higher if that's the will of the board.
Well, 575 gallons is 575,000 gallons is what the estimate is, right? Where did I see that? Yeah. What was last year's? I have to pull that up. I mean, what have we sold this year? Well, I don't have it in front of me.
It's in the finance report.
Yeah. Last year it was 580,000 gallons. Oh, that was 2020. 2021. It's 560,000 gallons because of the COVID. We anticipated less. And in terms of the finance report, it seems like I've been hearing like we've been selling lots of fuel.
We have.
We're at 527 year to date.
527, and it's only August, the end of August, and you're making a projection. September. Okay, through September, and you're saying we've sold, the estimate is 575,000. So we still have September, October, November, December.
We're going into our slower months now, and this whole year has been a huge anomaly. I don't think it would be the right thing to budget the same as what we think we're going to end up this year, because I don't think that's going to happen again. I'd love to be wrong, but these are unprecedented numbers. And you also have to think too about what the raw price is, and it dropped down huge, and then now it's climbing back up again. So it's all kind of at the will of the fuel pricing.
Well, so Teresa and I both think it should be 250. What did the other board members say?
I didn't say 250. I said I think it should be substantially more. I mean, it cost me $5 a gallon to fill up my car. So seems to me totally reasonable that it should be, you know, I don't know, 7. I might be on the higher category, but it's not something I think about when I fill up my car. I just fill up my car.
Yeah.
I know there's lots of people who chase down to Costco to get cheaper gas. Not sure that pencils with the mileage, but I don't know that that's a thing in pilot.
Do we have price elasticity for jet fuel or for fuel? I'm not sure we do. I don't think they want to get the fuel, they fill it up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all these things are factors. Fuel price, landing fees, hangar rates, limiting, you know, there's all kinds of things we can do, and fuel is one of them. Of course, that gives us more money to do things that would help other things. So I am also of the mind to push fuel prices.
So we think like a raise it 15 cents up to 250, or
How many gallons does somebody, on average, how many, what are we talking about?
I think Dave, you may be able to tell us what our average uplift is. It's like 100 and something gallons. Is that right? For jet fuel?
Yeah, actually, it's a bit more, Kevin. We're seeing something more, you know, 200, 250.
So that's the average
So
uplift for jet fuel.
So you raise it 15 cents, it's $30 on that tank. It's I mean, not that significant, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned, we pushed it up, a year ago. We raised it, and we can raise it again. What I've always done is check market and always put us near the top of market, and that's where we are right now. But we can push it higher.
Kevin, the market
I always
is
like to be
here.
first. So
I understand.
The market is here, Kevin.
Understand.
And you're reluctant to push it.
No, I'm not.
I
I can raise it. There is a possibility that some operators will tanker fuel when you get to a certain level, and that I've got to just understand a little. Meaning they'll take more on and carry it here, and not buy gas here, where we could have got them to buy it. And then we're getting the T.
how quickly can we make a change? Like, if that becomes a thing, can we just do it like that?
And when they bring more fuel here, that adds the weight level on the runway. That's a factor in the discussion that I had with you, is they don't want to take too much in to keep the weight limit down.
Yeah, for those heavier aircraft.
Which there are a lot of, 300,000?
Of the heavier aircraft?
Yeah, or 300.
There's 400.
About 330.
There's 400 according to the monthly report.
And see, if we had a certified number from last year, we know.
I don't have it in front of me. I could have found that.
Yeah. So, you know, if we find that, you know, people aren't feeling, the flip side is that if we're even at a high end, because if you're a corporate, they're looking all around. If they're not moving their aircraft, they're not making money. If it's a private aircraft and they need fuel, they're going to get fuel.
Yeah. Is it so 250 a gallon? Is that what I'm hearing?
At a minimum. I fully support that.
As a markup.
75? I mean, I'll go higher.
I like 275. Do we have any ability to offer like a locals discount, or I'm sure there are small.
We do have a membership with this Corporate Aircraft Association that some of our locals are able to take advantage of. We do give a discount on that. For contract fueling, there's a small discount on that too, through AvFuel, but most are paying the retail price. But for some of the locals, we're able to get the price down a little bit with that CAA membership. And Hardy, we're still doing that, right? I should probably check with Hardy.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, we're still doing CAA.
I wholeheartedly support that as well. Okay. So I say 275 and a locals discount.
275. Is that where we're going?
Is that a motion?
Hold your head.
You don't need to do it. You just need to. We're gonna put that in, and then you're gonna see, the fuel revenues. Hopefully, we'll show them going up. As we go through the preliminary budget.
Okay. So, on to the next page. Oh, on that, the other airside revenues. So 1.135 million, and the transient use fees on that was 784,000, And then other services revenue is 115. What other services is that?
That's tie downs, oil sale, parking, all the other things in that category.
What line number are you on?
This is
Mary?
line 3. It's the page 2, lines 3-10. It says other airside revenues.
Oh, I see it. It's, if you go to the breakdown, which is
Yeah, in
page
the
12
back.
of 20, it's
Yeah,
on there.
there you go. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Where is tie downs lab service? Is that on here?
It's in services. It's within that 114,692 number.
But we don't know how much we make on it because it's not specific.
We do not break down lab services, no.
Why not? That's a fairly significant, isn't it? Or the APU isn't? What do those contribute? Maybe I'd like to see the lab service and the APU. Especially when, didn't we just buy additional APU or an additional lab? We built an additional tow.
Those were, it was tugs. We haven't bought lab or GPUs for a while, for 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and tug isn't in here either. And so it's like, we spent $50,000 to buy a new tug, and then we had to buy a special something or other that was another $20,000 for that tug.
It's probably in services?
It is.
Kelly? Yeah.
It's all in there.
Line 8?
Line 8, but my point being, if we're going to buy a $60,000 towards a tug, and we make $5,000 on it, why would we buy the upgraded tug? It just gets buried in services. And do we not want to know lav, cart, tug, APU, so that when we're faced with, we need to buy a new one, how much money do we make on it?
So we're happy to break those out or provide that information. I mean, we know those numbers. We track them.
Mary, we like to have the best equipment, period.
And maybe we don't.
And you're absolutely right. Maybe the greenskeeper wants the best John Deere he's got, or they have. That's the kind of thing. We got the money and we spend it.
So that's why I'm saying, instead of just services, I'd like to see what they are and break them out, because then do we make money on it or do we not?
Well, we use a tug, for example. We're using that for more than just someone wants their plane moved from A to B. We do that when we have to move things around, not being charged for. Is that a fair statement?
Aircraft out of the way for some reason, for something that we're doing, we'll also use tugs for that. Like for helicopters that are coming in fight fires, we move some planes around and move them out of the way.
Yeah, they're things that
we have to have, right? It's kind of a no-brainer.
Exactly. It's something that we need and we use as an airport, regardless of whether we charge for it or not.
I've got a question. So for the purposes of budgeting, and I get the granularity that Mary is talking about, but if we're in the future, if the board is asked, we want to buy another widget, whatever the widget ends up being, at that point, can't we look at that breakdown of what the cost is, what we've made from it, and then decide at that point if that particular thing is profitable? I'm just wondering if okay, so we can. So it's not like if we keep them under services in the budget that we'll lose that granularity moving forward.
No,
Absolutely.
we have all that data.
I have it all from the point of sale system.
Oh, so Mary, would that work for you? Just knowing when we make the decision about a purchase that we get that granularity to make the decision?
As long as it's provided to us, yeah. But sometimes I don't know that it's historically. It probably has. But it needs, that comparison of, do we need the best John Deere or not? Can we service with what we have?
Yeah, and we do. We hang on to equipment for 25 to 30 years, before we replace things, and especially the larger pieces of equipment. And other equipment we'll hang on to for years and years. I mean,
The plows and the Okay. So then, so I'm not hearing that there's a mood to break those things out. We can do that at another time when we're faced with those decisions. Okay, hangars. I was curious, on the small T hangar rental, the numbers for small T hangar, medium T hangar, and the large T hangar are all less, and same with NCAP rental. Those numbers are all smaller than what we had in the 2021 budget. And I was curious why. Everything's going up in price, so why did those things, especially since there's such demand for hangars, these would be hard, wouldn't these be hard numbers that we would know?
And the leases all have a built-in CPI increase, which we know that number.
Right.
Don't remind me.
2021.
CPI is like usually 3.5%.
It was
actually
5.325. So small T hangar last year was 335,062. This year it's 328,130. Medium T's last year was 419,029. This year it's 410,350. Large
Yeah,
T's,
you guys all have it up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can see it.
They probably
It's on
don't have
page
the
12.
21s. Yeah, but they don't have the 21s.
I have it
And
right
Yeah,
here.
it's right here.
We
Oh,
have
The
it.
yellow column.
So this year I put in a vacancy factor because if you've noticed in the past on my financial reports, in theory, if every single hangar is rented, right, it should match up to exactly this. Here's what the full rent is minus anyone taking their incentive equals this. However, when we have vacancies and people moving around, it doesn't line up that way. And so I was trying to get us to a more true number of what we're really going to actually have by putting in a vacancy factor of 1%. Because even though they're all full and we have a big wait list, there are times when there's no one in there and we're not receiving the rent. We try to use as many of them as we can for overnights. And that has happened and that has helped for sure, but it doesn't always get us to where we're supposed to be. And then the discounts for home basing and fly quiet and all that, there's a factor in there too for, however many people are currently taking advantage of that.
Well, that's under
it's an
expense.
adjustment. It's an adjustment to make the number accurate, as opposed to
I get
we're
that.
full, because we're not
But if
always
CPI
100% full.
If CPI is
and that is
5%,
including the 5.325 increase.
doesn't make sense to me.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't make sense to me either. If we know the CPI is over that 1%, wouldn't the numbers then be increased by 2% if we're subtracting 1% and then adding 3%?
Well, it's 5%, so we should be increasing it by a net of 4%. But, I mean, I'm not the governmental accounting whiz bang that Kelly is.
Yeah, I mean,
But
I could
if
barely
you
use a
were talking to
calculator.
me about money, I could tell you nobody's going to do that.
I don't know. You put in vacancy factors, even though you're 100% rents when you're selling buildings and things like that. So I think
Yeah,
this
but
just
you build
trues
in
it up.
CPI. I don't think so. Fannie Mae puts 25% vacancy on a single
we'll go back
family
and look at
residence.
Yeah, I'll go back and
the first
read
draft.
every-
Let us get
quadruple
back.
check and just make sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Great, thank you. So then, moving on to, let's see, so the super execs, we're gonna make an extra 8,000. Is that just the CPI?
Yes.
We're all
315.
doing it.
Yeah, I know. See, and it should go.
3%.
Yeah, it's 3%. Is it 3%? So.
Yep.
So that should be larger as well if it's a CPI of 5%.
I will go back and look at all of the hangar stuff.
Okay.
And I'm right that CPI is built in, right? In every single lease? Yeah.
Yeah, every year we raise it.
So and it was interesting, as of August 31, the financials, the super execs made $175,809 versus a budget of $194,384. And I was curious, was there a vacancy in the super execs? For August, it was minus 1562.
I do not know about the vacancy. Sorry. I can find out though.
Okay. Just because, we get, there's always this pressure to build more hangars, but if we have these vacancies, and particularly on the super execs, it's...
Now, we'll go back and look at we don't have vacancy. There's demand for all of them, but we'll go back and look at all these hangar numbers.
Okay. So the N1 hangar nightly rental, you've got 34,000. As of August 31, 2021, we've made 7,875.
Yeah, that one, we're looking in the point of sale where we think there may be some T hangar and N1 overnights that are getting mixed in how they're entered. Because if you look at the T hangar overnights, it's a lot higher. So we're looking at how those are entered in.
Yeah, we made some good money on the T
I think
hangar
some of that
overnights.
is N1.
Okay.
We're working on that.
So, yeah, because it's 20,000 on the T hangar rental nightly, whereas 15 budgeted.
Right. A portion of that should be with N1.
N1, yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, and you're projecting 20 grand on the N1. Okay. Then, year to date, all hangars and budget. I don't remember what I wrote there. Budget, not even as high. Okay, so you're going to touch this again. And here on the electricity, which are just pass-throughs, the surcharge 56,640, it's the same as last year also. And in utilities, line 110, you've increased that by 25,000. And I know my electric bill's going up. I know that they're charging lots more. So this is just a pass-through, and it seems like that electricity surcharge should be higher as well.
Yeah, we just audited that.
We just checked it, and it has not increased.
We're collecting a healthy margin on that.
Okay.
After just auditing that.
So yeah. Okay. Okay, so then the next line, other business leases, CPI increase of about 3%. And I was curious why 3% when we're doing 5.325% on other things.
They hadn't put out the next month's CPI yet, and we averaged to get to that 5. So I was just taking a guess.
We can put a higher one, but do we all feel comfortable adding more CPI revenue for next year, or do we want to use a more conservative number? Is it going to stay with these higher 5-6% CPIs moving into next budget year?
Speaking as a hangar tenant who got a 5% raise or increase, I'm happy with everybody getting a 5% increase.
Yeah, I guess what we're saying is that percent, it goes across, everyone's going to get that. But we're saying, when we program in, trying to anticipate what next year's CPI is going to be, I guess we're trying to figure that out.
Well, that's what we use CPI for.
Yeah.
If our costs are going up, we have to pass it through.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah.
It's a real thing. I think 5% is pretty low, actually, given the inflation in the world.
Yeah. Well, we'll, as we get into the October and the December version of this, we'll be able to correct that with where that CPI is, we think it's going to be. So it's probably likely to be higher, yeah.
I hate to say that. It makes rates go up, but yeah.
So your lease revenue is budgeted, and it's $447,622, and yet last year it was $448,599. So again, it's not even including CPI, it's less. So it seems, not even counting CP, something there is screwy, comparing 21 to 22, that lease revenue should be up.
Well, if you keep referencing the summary, but if you go to the line items, I can see that Hertz lease revenue is 0. Are they gone?
Yes.
Yep. They are. Okay, so
Go
that makes
rentals in
sense.
there now. Yeah.
Sierra
Enterprise?
Oh, yeah. All
They're
those
all in there
numbers
together.
are 3%, yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
I mean, Enterprise is from 29,000 to basically 17,000. Are they gone?
The Enterprise is there.
Well, that one should go up, you know. It's like $15,000.
I was just going off of what we are invoicing them for, so let me go back and look at that one.
Avis budget that, I mean, so we threw 3% at everything down through Skydive, and we're talking that it should be 5.35, and then SOAR, Truckee, and Avis are held at the same, but yet the actuals are 937 on SOAR, and yeah,
Those are pennies.
yeah, they are. You're right, but it's making it the equivalency. Yeah, Red Truck it's showing as paying less than last year. Car rental income is less than last year. The Cessna lease revenue, you talk about that's going up, and Go rental is up.
That went up 50%. I mean, is that a real number? What are you guys basing that on?
Which one?
The
Cessna lease revenue went from 40 to 60.
Yeah, I'm basing it off of the revenue we've made so far this year.
Yeah, it had a very busy year.
And, awesome. But we're going to be spending 65 or 70 to rebuild the engine.
Yeah, the last 2 years, it's flowed a lot and makes
it's time.
12 to 17,000 a month, and yeah, we've got a engine expense coming this year.
Okay, so you're going to come through and adjust those.
Yeah, we'll look at those lease revenues again.
Okay.
Car rental is not as high either because we haven't had strong car rentals income. So some of them I was trying to be a little bit conservative on.
So
and then this $100.
Why would something like Red Truck go down?
Yeah.
It shouldn't. That's just
none of our tenants should go down.
They're leasing info in the system. Right. So keep in mind the green 2021 column, right?
Yeah.
That has actuals through June. And then it has budget July for the rest of the year. So if we budgeted for a higher CPI than we are getting or doing or any change, that number is going to look off to what we're actually doing right now. Does that make sense?
We had a CPI increase last year of 1.5%.
For Red Truck?
For all of them.
And this is a procedural question, Kelly, but the projection through the end of the year, is that you're applying the CPI mid-year?
No, it's just taking the budget. So whatever the budget numbers were, but when we built the budget for 2021, it accounted for a CPI increase. It's just wonky because when we actually do the CPI for hangars, it's October 1st and November 1st for everybody else.
Oh, that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
So it's a little bit off by the time you see that come to fruition. But I'm happy to go back through and look at all these. I literally just took what we're invoicing people right now currently out of our accounting software and put it in and did the increase of 3% and put it in. So I'll go back through and figure out.
The percent, yeah, we could raise that because it's very likely that CPI is going to stay at these 5 or 6% levels, and we can do that.
I just pulled up August and it's by the BC West. It's
that hurts me.
5.6.
Yeah, so we'll
5.6.
We'll use a higher CPI for those.
Yeah.
Might slow down, Teresa.
So if we do that for a month average, it will likely be somewhere in the 5s, I would think.
And then it's this issue of, I mean, we're just doing CPI. Well, I guess we're doing the cost allocation study, which will come back, and that may make us look at these numbers all again, because we'll have that next month.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Warehouse leases, yeah, I think you threw the...
Yeah, I did agree for them as well, so we can change that.
You threw 20, you threw 26%, you threw a 10% at the warehouse leases. Last year was 251, 342.
No, it's just 3% for everybody.
Well, we're going from 251 to 279.
Well, we have different people in the warehouse now, so Clear Capital may have been paying a different rate than the design bar.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Okay. Thank you for going through this, I mean, piece by piece, because I think this is critical. Okay. Property tax revenue, yeah. Operating grants, we're going to be talking about that later. On to the next page, gain and sale on equipment. Cost of goods sold, well, we'll talk about that over there. Yes. Payroll and benefit. Yeah.
Because I'm kind of following you on the line items. LAIF. How come that is, you made it lower because of what we got this year? Because the budget was 250, but we got and received 135.
The interest rate dropped huge. It's 0.33%. It would be super if it got really high again, but yeah, we definitely over budgeted last year. Not knowing all this was going to happen. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm hoping.
Sorry, Mary, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, no, this is all good. And then the fuel costs, well, we'll talk about that over here on gross profit for fuel. Or we can talk about it here. Yeah, because you do the subtraction there later. So with 100 low lead, basically we're showing a 6.1% increase, whereas on jet we're going 8.8, but that number will go up when we raise that. Okay. 6 point, okay. Salaries and wages. This is something I guess we're talking about adding a person in administration at the front desk, but I'm trying to understand because all of last year, no one was allowed into that front desk area. You know,
well, the answering questions for the public coming in is a small, tiny part of what that position has done over the years. It's everything from ordering office supplies to running our ACT meetings to processing the mail to, it's a lot of those functions. We've divided those up amongst ourselves back here as that position's not filled right now. And we've used that particular position has been in the budget as a seasonal position. We've used seasonal employees or temporary employees to fill that. So we're just asking for that to be a full-time FTE. And then the other one is, we've talked a lot about these increases in jet traffic, and so that's a lot of cycles out on the ramp. And so on our O&M side, we'd like to add a person out there too. And if as we build the budget in October and bring the final one in December, if you'd like us, we could build the cost for that employee into the rates, fees, and charges that we're charging out there for the users. But our O&M team is looking for another position out there too. And then we do have that seasonal pool also that we use.
I'm kind of I'm of the opinion to keep it as seasonals while we figure out with COVID. I think this year is going to be another strange year. And then when I'm looking at all the costs of PERS and health benefits and to me, I would like to still maintain it as seasonals because,
Yeah, I mean, that the one advantage we get with the full-time FTEs is we can train them to also work the dispatch center. The seasonals, and Dave, correct me if I've got any of this wrong, the seasonal employees, because we only keep them for 4 to 5 months, they don't typically, learn all the functions in dispatch. Same thing with equipment operating. We're able to, when we have a full-time FTE, we're able to, have those employees be diversified across all those skills. We have made do with those seasonals, and we're going to keep, proposing to keep doing that, and bringing those folks in. But that's what the FTE request is for, is to be able to do some of those things.
I think I would hate to hire someone full-time and then have to lay them off because we just don't have the traffic. On the other hand, I think you can find part-timers because nobody else can.
We've been fortunate in that we've had a couple of guys continue to come back, which is great because they're pretty much trained. But we've been okay finding people. You know, we're paying about $20 an hour for our seasonals, and so we've been able to get some folks. I know McDonald's is paying $19 an hour right now.
Right.
But
unemployment's right up there.
Yeah, and so at least we've been able to fill people. Dave, do you have anything you want to add to anything I've been talking about? He may have dropped off.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to get a better caliber person if it's full-time for sure.
Yeah, and so the full-time, we pay those folks a little bit more than that, and we've had a great track record of keeping those, and most of our full-time employees have come from that seasonal pool. We're able to actually, I don't want to put it this, try people out. I mean, they come in and they go through that probation. We're able to get to know them, and then most of our current FTEs have come through to us through the seasonal program that we have.
So Emily is a part-time?
So Emily was seasonal, and then now she is full-time with, she replaced Sean. So, Sean Holmes left for another opportunity, and Emily filled that position. That just happened.
I didn't know Sean left.
Yeah, that all happened within the last couple of weeks.
He got a controller position.
Well, that's what he wanted.
We're not 100% sure who yet, but or at least where he went. But yeah, that's where he went. But Emily then filled in and took that job.
And so I mean, go on.
Does she do accounting from the front desk?
No, she's now over in Sean's old office. She just finished her MBA, and she's got a lot of skills.
Okay.
She's on this call somewhere. She's helping with the meeting. So she's right there. So
that's why I didn't know she'd transferred or been upgraded or full time.
That just happened. It's in Hardy's report.
So if we're able to get people at 20 or even at 25 an hour on a seasonal, but a full-time employee that we're probably paying, their loaded cost is probably 90. And so I everything just seems iffy to me, and that's why I am still a proponent of using somebody seasonal. And if you had problems finding someone, we could talk. But a lot of times people do like the seasonal work.
Yeah, we have a few that like that. So I guess I've got Mary, and just as we're going forward building the budget, what's the feel of the rest of the group on those positions? If we should include those, if we should provide you more information, or not include them.
I don't really have a strong opinion on that. I agree with Mary about uncertainty. On the other hand, I've been in management positions where the value of a trained, solid employee is worth so much more than you pay for it. So I would leave it up to the managers to decide that.
I think that's what we're advocating, that having a full-time FTE, we're able to invest a lot more in their training than we do with the seasonals, and they're able to do more tasks for us.
I guess we're having the compensation study coming in next month too, which will tell us what those loaded costs are.
Yeah.
So.
I think you
plus
guys
5%.
Plus 5%.
Sorry, what was that, Kat?
Go ahead, Kat.
I said I think the staff has a better idea of what they need to be successful than I do. So I defer to you.
Okay.
I agree with Kat.
Sounds like we're leaning towards full-time.
Yeah, so the counter position is, you pay, that was in the budget last year. That it was just a temporary position. The O&M is the one that will be a new expenditure in the budget, and we will look at our seasonal pool. We have that full-time employee. We may be able to adjust that a little bit, and some of that funding could come from there. And it, the seasonal could be 2 or 3 or 4. We've had up to 4, but if things are slow, we may not bring in 4 seasonals. To work those summer months. Then we usually have 2 for the winter months, in addition to a couple of on-call snow removal equipment operators. But the only adjustment to the budget will be that full-time FTE. But as we come back in October, we'll lay that out a little clearer, what that all looks like.
So are you putting in 1 more or 2 more?
Well, I think what I want to do is put in a full-time FTE for the front counter, and then another full-time FTE in the O&M side. And then I'm going to meet with Dave and his supervisors, and we'll also estimate what the seasonal labor pool that we'll need is. Also taking into account that, we're now competing with folks that we weren't competing with prior for seasonal labor. Some, as I mentioned, even fast food restaurants are creeping into that pay range for what we've been paying our seasonals. Just to get people. And I was mentioning, Red Truck is closing for 10 days, and it's partly because of that, to give everyone some time off because they don't have enough workers. So just for 10 days at the end of September, early October, they're all going on vacation and then come back to work because they're short-staffed. So we'll keep doing a little more work on that and try to anticipate what's going to happen next summer, but I'll load those positions in and we can look at it in October.
So Kevin, as far as the budgeting, I would say definitely go ahead and budget for it. But are we planning on doing any hiring before we have a chance to look at the allocation study? Because we wouldn't.
None of this would even happen until after January.
Okay. Because I just feel like as long as we're going through the process of that, we should really look at it and help make these decisions.
When the last full-time FTE that we brought in, I believe it was 2018. We wait till the budget's adopted before we move on any of those things. And then it is implemented. So we don't bring anyone on until after the first of the year.
And we have the option to star them or whatever we do, that special ask us before you do it thing. Yeah.
You can flag them if you want.
Okay. So then an employee COLA and the merit 6%. Is that 6% of the 2.95 million of payroll costs?
It's 6% increase in pay rate for each person.
Okay, so the payroll is 2.95 million, right? Hourly wages, regular full time, it budgets is 2.95 million. So 6% of that is 177,000. So everybody gets, yeah.
It's a 3% merit increase, a 3% COLA, and then Department 100 has an additional 60,000 for one full-time employee, and Department 600 has an additional $50,000 for one full-time employee.
Budget is so everybody gets a 3% on the 2 point, except for you, Kevin.
Yeah, I get whatever you decide to do.
Yeah.
The 3% is across the board, but we do the evaluations, and then not everybody gets the same. It doesn't necessarily.
That's for the merit piece, but shouldn't it be 5 point whatever for COLA?
Well, that's.
Yeah, it should
we
be.
do the COLA in July, and so we're trying to. We could make that higher if we're anticipating a higher COLA in July. But then, I think Kelly, you can answer that question as far as budgeting the higher COLA that we've done this July. But.
Yeah, we just budget whatever we think it should be. It should be whatever the BC West number tells us in theory.
So why don't we budget 5%, and if it comes in lower, sweet. But at least we're not, shocked and can't afford it.
So 5% budget, that's the COLA.
COLA. 5 point
But-
whatever, one.
What, 5.325 or whatever. And then the 3% merit is applied to the 2.95 million, which comes in at like $90,000. And Kevin then can assign how some people might get 4%, some people might get 1%, but that's $90,000
Yeah, that's typically what we've done.
of merit.
But for merit, yeah. And the merits are in January, and the cost of living increases are in June, end of June, July.
Cool.
Okay. Deferred compensation. Yeah, I talked to Kelly about this earlier. You're going to run some numbers for me, because I found this in the budget of 1.014 million, 1.04. So this 245 is the CalPERS. That's the annual CalPERS contribution. The 269 is towards the unfunded accrued liability, and then we're doing an extra $500,000. So that's the 1.014 that is for CalPERS. And then this suggestion of the 457, I had the question for her of 30,000, but then we were working in circles. So did you end up with a number? You know, some people participate in it, some don't.
Yeah, I emailed it to you. It's just kind of like a high level. If every single person were to contribute the max for that year, if we were to do it for 57, as 20,500. So if we did a 3% match, according to kind of doing the high level of what people would potentially contribute, I was just trying to average based on who contributes right now. It would be like 16,000. So it just depends on what people choose and how we set the plan up. I can't imagine it would be any more than 50 if everyone decided to jump on board. Not everyone will, not everyone contributes the max. But still a very good option. And it would also help bridge the gap between, if you look at that little table in the narrative on 56 about CalPERS and how there's quite a difference between the pepper and the mid tier and the classic tier as far as what the match is. Just throwing it out there.
I'm good with it. Any other thoughts? Leave it in the budget?
I'm kind of wanting to see what the cost allocation and then the compensation study comes back at.
This is only round 2, though.
Yeah.
You know, we get another couple at bat.
Shots at it. One more.
Just one?
Yeah.
This is only round 1, yeah.
Yeah. In October,
there you go.
Yeah. Yeah. In October, we see it, and then we adopt it, the next one. So, you know, and it's just looking at that, and, you know, it's the prairie dog thing that happens with all the public agencies, and we never can get any private data to compare against. So it's very interesting.
I'll give you some. What do you want to know?
Well, and I can reach out to our, we work with Empower Retirement and have them make a little model to kind of give us an idea of what it would look like too.
Okay, that'd be great.
I think it's the kind of thing, if we don't do it, we're going to lose people because the labor market is so tight and everybody is hiring and paying. I mean, my construction guy just told me today that his crew that I've been paying $35 an hour went to 50 like that. Like, because they can. Because somebody else offered him a job. We're all going to be looking at that. Which is, again, why I think a full-time employee versus a part-time is better. But moving on.
Okay.
Moving
on. Okay. 7% at 5. Workers' comp going up. Other employee benefits. Okay. The gross profit for FUFU. Okay. Act 15,000 for community meetings and communication. I was curious
I put that in there just, like, for instance, we periodically will hire some consultants to help us with presentations. We don't have to have that in there. I can do ACT with a $0 budget, but or I can use other money to do it, but we have a lot more than that for ACAT, but I just put a little bit in there, but we don't need it.
No, I'm fine. I mean, did you have to pay HMMH when they came?
Oh yeah. That was a vice president of HMMH. And I try and watch those costs, but to have a presentation like that, and we actually talked with him before that on some things. But yeah, so it costs, even just to talk to a consultant, you're $3,000 to get him to even look at you.
I wish. Okay, and the next one, annoyance reduction. This is the Fly Quiet incentive, the 4% that do not participate, meaning 4% do not participate at all in Fly Quiet 1 or 2. Some of them, what's the percentage of people in Fly Quiet 1 versus Fly Quiet 2?
Gosh, I think Kelly may be able, we can get that for you, but it's the Fly Quiet, most take both incentives. Artie, do you remember that number? You and I were talking about that.
Yeah, most take both, and the rarity is the person who's signing up for the 6 a.m., the earlier. And off the top of my head, I want to say it's about 25+%, and the other 75% are leaning toward both or just the later.
Just because, what I get curious about, because monthly when we get those reports, and it was like they flew in the quiet time, but they did not get revoked because they were only Fly Quiet 1, not Fly Quiet 2. So that's where, and you don't have to, it doesn't have to be part of the budget, but I would like to know that percentage breakout, Hardy, if you can get that to me.
Okay, will do.
And it could be useful to have in here, just as that it kind of documents how many people are participating. Actually, it would be a good thing to have. And then the part about the few tenants do not have flyable aircraft. We seem to always have this comment. And when...
Well, we have 230 hangar tenants, and there's always 1 or 2 that are in that funny limbo space that we're working with. There's 2 right now that don't have flyable aircraft. One of them has been working on it. We got really close to eviction, and mechanics were there every day getting it flyable. The other one, we think is going to be flyable, really soon. But yeah, we try and make sure that they're all flyable in the hangars.
Just again, because we have so much pressure, and for hangars, and if we've got 2 that could be used for fly.
Yeah, and I'll put our flyable aircraft numbers up against any airport about how many have planes that are annual and insured versus.
Okay.
So we have a high percentage.
The airport security of 64,000. This is not the fencing. What is its security? So fencing, gate systems. I mean, we have the gates. Are we putting in more gates? Are we putting in more cameras? It's the same numbers last year. Was 64,000. Let me just check.
Sorry, are you on line
64? Airport security. We've only spent 39.
Yeah, so a lot of it has to do with the gate systems and keeping them all running. Access control cameras, routine security. So
we've only spent 39.
Yeah. Yeah, and we may be able to lower that as we get more into the fall and maybe the final budget. We've spent this much before on those, but this year it's been a little bit less. Mike Cook's done a good job keeping them operational. I mean, Mike, you're on this call, or
I'm here. We have a major upgrade due, and I was hoping to get to that last year. It's going to carry over into 2022. We have a major upgrade for the controllers. The gate controllers are from 2011 when we moved into the building, and by technology standards, those are beyond ancient history. So we're pretty far behind. The camera technology changes about every 3 years, and keep in mind it's just me doing a lot of the upgrades unless I can get contractor help, which I do as much as I can, but I'm cognizant of the fiscal responsibility and try and keep that in-house as much as possible.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. So the air show, we'll talk about that next month. The greenhouse gas report that was just done, that showed 150 metric tons.
Next month.
Yeah, I know. No, what I'm getting at is that a public document yet, or is that still?
I just sent it to the board, but we were planning on making that a public document. The scope is public, so it's, I don't think it's, that's a Josh question. I don't think that's protected information.
Yeah, it's been sent to the board already. It's a public document, and we can release it.
Okay. AVCOM safety, 160,000 for obstruction mitigation. Do we have a lot of trees we got to take down?
That might be a hardy question.
It was 30,000 last year.
We're still working on a series of off-airport obstructions. I talked to Director Stevens about that today, and we're hoping to get that tackled if we can in 2022.
There's a lot in the hill in Lahan.
Okay. You have 160 here, but number 66 on this column is showing AVCOM safety, and it's showing 360. AVCOM safety. Oh, because you got 200. Yeah, my bad. Okay. Moving on. The county support. No, that's not that one. It was the elections. I mean, we're not there yet. Okay. Credit card processing fees, I'm assuming those get incorporated into rate fees and charges and fuel costs?
Correct.
Okay. Then the election expense, we had 10,000 in 2021. Do we have?
Spent 25.
Yeah, why? What did we have in elections in 2021?
It was from last year. The invoice came in January.
Oh, so it was 2020's
And we
election.
budgeted 10,000.
Okay.
That invoice was for 15, so that's why I put 15, knowing that it was an election year.
Because next year, yeah, got it. Employee relations and activities.
You get nothing. Take it out. No, I'm kidding.
You're invited to some of those things, so.
I'm kidding. It's completely.
It's going up 10%. Yeah, 20%. It was. We didn't have a Christmas party or any of that type sort of
We
thing.
probably won't have, I don't know if we'll have one this year either.
Probably not. And what was spent? 76. No, I didn't add them all up. Okay, I mean, it's just last year was a 65,400. In 2021, we're going to 76,900. So that's like a 20% increase. 8% increase. What?
I think, Kelly, didn't we do some of the,
We were slightly under budgeted for performance awards and things like that in the employee relations activities code, the 6110. You'll see there's no change to fitness allowance.
So what's performance awards versus merit award?
So at the end of the year, we have a policy instruction that allows me to provide, we usually either do a cash award or sometimes it'll be days off, for outstanding performance.
Okay. Home basing incentive. I was curious about this. It's 1 cent per square foot, right? If you're home basing, and we have 100 validated tenants, 104 actually, based on Mead and Hunt's analysis. And I'm just wondering, it's plus 6% from last year. I'm wondering if we still want to have this. it costs us $88,000. The money goes to the counties. And
this program predates me. I think it was I think Mary you guys did that back in the 2007 to try and, I don't know. I guess I wasn't around when that was adopted, so I don't know the backstory on it. But I know it was a way to try and reduce rents and because some of the tax that is generated, possessory interest, is kept in the county. So I think that's what that was intended to do.
And I'm looking at 1 cent per square foot on a 4,000 square foot super exec is $40, and I don't know why I would use property tax dollars to pay down. To me, it's like it's lived its time, and I wonder if it's still valuable.
Fill us in.
That's my thought.
What are you guys talking about specifically? I know.
So
we got a couple freshmen.
Yeah, so I think what the incentive is, and Mary, you were involved when this was put in place. I again, before I got here, but I think there was an allocation study done in the mid 2000s, and then it showed that there needed to be an increase in the hangar rents, and the fly quiet incentive of home basing came in as a way to incentivize people not to fly, to adopt this curfew, and also trying to recognize the fact that there's a possessory interest tax that is collected that stays in Nevada County or Placer County, they both collect it, that they take off the airport, and that we would credit that to reduce the rate another penny per square foot on the hangar rents to reflect the fact that some of the taxes that those constituents are paying from that possessory interest stays in the county. I don't know if that makes sense. It's kind of hard to describe. This is a hot button item in aviation right now.
It's actually 4 cents a square foot.
It's 4 cents a square foot.
4 cents a square foot. Okay. And the history of it is that when we did the first cost allocation study, the hangars were like $200. And by the cost allocation study, they needed to go up to about $500 or $600. And that was too big of a bite. And so we found ways to get something from base pilots, which was fly quiet, following a honorary curfew, and this home basing to buy down, because the fly quiet one is 4 cents, and the fly quiet 2 is another 4 cents.
Yeah.
And then this, are you sure it's 4 cents? I always thought it was it's 2 cents.
2 cents.
Okay. So, by doing these things, you get 10 cents per square foot off.
There was a way to incentivize a hangar tenant to for tax purposes, base their aircraft here, so that possessory interest stayed in the county. And only the number, not all the tenants do it. There's lots of tenants that keep their plane based somewhere else, but more than half choose the.
How much is it? What line are we on?
It's
$88,000.
So it's
$88,500.
What line number?
82.
It's 82.
Okay.
And could that 2 cents be used in a different way to incentivize? The Fly Quiet 3 kind of has died on the vine. I haven't seen any talk of that lately. I don't know. I know David's going, wait a minute, you hit me with the 5%. And on your hangar's 1,600 square feet, so it's $32. But on a 4,000 square foot, it's I don't know. It's using property tax money, and then it's basically paying out of Truckee and Tahoe, our region, our district money. It's paying it to West County.
So I think we'll know if the property tax is paying it when we get the allocation study. You might be right, Mary, but until we get the allocation on, what that property tax is actually, is it just foregone revenue, or is it being subsidized by property tax? I don't know if we know that yet.
All right. Well, let's just wait and see. When do we get that study?
Hoping you'll have it for the October meeting. Kelly and I have everything to them that they have asked for, and so we're waiting to get some preliminary. you probably get some preliminary numbers. The final draft may take a little bit longer, but we'll have numbers here. We'll get with Jeff here earlier this coming week.
And the comparables, which I had thought we were going to have at this meeting, where we would have comparable rates, fees, and charges at Aspen and Vail and Haley and these other airports.
Yeah, we'll have that in October.
I thought we were going to have it at this meeting because that's all part of the budget too. So,
Sun Valley. I want Sun Valley.
So,
maybe flag it for next time because we don't have enough info.
Okay. Property went up. Oh no, it went down. Okay, so fine. AVCOM, that's all. Site leases. This was talking about the operations monitoring where we have for NavAid 80,000. This is what we were talking earlier with about. So VNOMs, we're still paying 125. So NavAid is the MLAT system. This is for all the other board members to understand. And the VNOMs is, what is that one?
That's the camera system.
Cameras.
Right, Hardy?
That's correct.
And the plain noise software, which is what? What do we get with that?
That's our complaint tracking system. It's the customer reports that get sent out when a comment is made.
And the site leases, that's what we pay for having the equipment out on North Star.
That's correct.
Okay, and other places. Yeah. Okay. Computer support and software leasing, you show 122,812, but when I add up Cassell, 25, 30, 15, 18, and 12, it adds up to 100. And I'm curious why it's listed as 122,812, or is it just a boo-boo?
There's another line that goes in there. Look, you have to find all the 96s when you look. There's one more.
Okay. So it's just in the text. There's something that's... That is 65, 112, 122. Yeah. Okay. So, so in the language here, something is wrong, which you'll catch. Okay. Studies and plans. Line 97, you have there's no master plan, for one. Last year we had
Master plan's
200,000.
capitalized. That's a capital cost.
Because we had 200,000 in 2021 budget.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't do any of it. So now you're capitalizing it, so you're showing it. There it is, 400,000. Okay. Under engineering, and this is the 25,000 for website update. Where is it that you're putting that? I mean, because David brought that up. There's two places where it shows website, and then under capitalized, you've got 35. So I'm trying to understand what part of the budget it falls in.
35 in the capital is to do like a brand new website.
Okay, and this 25,000 is just to do an update. So it's kind of an either or?
No, that's for updates that we do. That was to study. The 25,000 is to study to do the full new website. The full new website is 35 in the capital budget, and then on line 103, we have 20,000 for website plus an additional 70 for just our normal hosting it, and then all the changes that we make to it all the time.
Well, so yeah, I don't think the intent was for us to. Kelly and I will sort that out, but we're not going to do a $25,000 study on the website. It was we talked originally. We put 70,000 in to redo a website, and the board at the workshop said that's way too much, and so we dropped it down to 35,000 to redo the website. So we might not need this 25,000 in line 97. And then there's 70,000 that also says website and internet. A lot of that is our paid advertising and things that we do on I was talking to Mark about that. There's some costs that we do for internet, mail, some of those advertising things. So we can provide. That's line 103. So we can provide more info or try and figure that out at a higher level if that's the desire of the group.
David, you're clear on all this and how it should be budgeted?
I've already spoken to Kevin about that.
So
it doesn't, apparently it does not make sense for it to be in a bunch of different areas, but yeah, and I also feel that for the quality of website that we're getting, that cost is astronomically absurd. But we've already talked about that. That's a different thing. At this point, we're just focused on budget line items. So yeah.
103, and I got David and I talked about that 103 number, the 70,000. That's not necessarily for editing the website, or that's my understanding. It's not all paid advertising, when we're doing targeted advertising, but it's a lot of different things that have to do with the print, broadcast, direct mail, and the internet, how we use the internet. But we'll in the next version,
work on that.
Stuff. We'll provide more info on that.
Engineering, you've got 120,000. What studies are in here? Line 100.
There's no studies.
Yeah, so there's not a lot of. Kelly.
It's just engineering.
That's just the general engineering, and that's Brandley, that's Auerbach, and that's gosh, I'm missing one. That's
EBR.
Mead and Hunt.
Yeah.
So that's just the general typical stuff we do throughout the year with them.
Okay. Kat had a comment about sponsorship. She was going to have some input on the scholarship idea.
Yeah.
Or have you talked to her?
Well, we
she
put that
talked
in
to you
there
offline?
to be developed at a higher level through the year.
Yeah, I just, where do we, 20,000. Yeah. I think it's a good placeholder. I don't know that, the first year, if 20,000 is really the right number. Those of you who have sent kids to college know that sometimes if you give too much of a scholarship, the school will take back what they're willing to offer in financial aid, or even the ability to, do work study and that sort of thing. So I think 20 is a good number to leave in there for now. But it will increase. What I'd like to do is see a multi-year. So if we give out 10, say this year, then next year we would have 2 recipients, so we would have to budget 20 and so forth.
Works for me.
So should the number be 10 then, rather than 20? Or are we going to give 2 scholarships? I mean, you and I both sent kids to college.
Yeah, I'd like to see 20 because I think that could be a meaningful number. And if you do some research and think that's too much, then we could possibly offer 2. Or we could offer, one for pilot training and one for mechanical training or something.
20 grand's good. Let's leave it in there.
Okay.
We'll grind through that later.
Interest expense on the hangar loan. I'm trying to understand this one. The interest, let's see, the principal payment, and I talked to you about this too, Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
And so the balance of principal and interest is showing that 6,208. Last year it was 6,512. So the delta there is the 310,872. And in the budget, we're only getting 299,860, and we're budgeting 34,000 for N1, which we haven't made. And if we include that, then we're 333. But so it's not even covering the principal on these super execs. Am I understanding that correctly? The super execs, we made 299,860. and yet the principal payment is $310,872. Shouldn't we be making money on it, or what am I missing?
Well,
isn't the loan for 20 years, and we are negative on the executive hangars, and when it's paid off at 20 years, we're subsidizing it with hangar rent from other hangars until that loan's paid off, and then we have a massive increase in rent. So it's a amortization issue, early amortization, therefore it's a bigger number, and we got to subsidize. So the hangar rent is not covering the debt service.
Yeah.
But once we hit 20, we make a lot of money.
We're only in year 5 currently.
Okay.
Yeah, and we've got a 20-year AM.
Okay. I'm remembering hangar row L, I think, that, the whole wall, and then also on M, both those hangars needed significant work at year 10. So, and those, I'm just saying, are we charging enough on those super execs? I don't think we are.
Well, we had a major discussion when it was approved. You were not on the board at the time.
Correct.
And it was recommended at one level, and
You, me, and Lisa.
Yeah, you go. I remember the conversation jacked up the rent.
It was heated.
Well,
really?
Okay. So I guess when we find the cost allocation study next month, that will help us address, are we charging the appropriate amount?
Well, it was recommended at $2,500 a month, and we started 5 years ago at $28.
Okay. But if they're at Vail and they're 4,
Well, that's a different conversation.
Okay.
If you want to agendize that.
Yeah, well, it'll come up next month. Yeah, it'll come up next month with the cost allocation, and then we might want to agendize that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So we don't need to go into it right now.
Okay. So, going on to, is the CAT this is the capital project expenditures, the CAT 938M loader, is that AIP eligible?
Yes, but they don't fund that kind of stuff.
They won't fund it, okay.
They won't fund it. It's a very low the NPR ranking. It's like in the 20s out of 100.
Okay.
So the only way you get that funded is with entitlement funds, which we don't have enough to do that.
The additional fencing at $100,000 to put 3,000 feet of barbed wire. Kat, you and I talked about that. You had another idea.
You're on mute, Kat.
Okay. I have a really hard time with barbed wire just in general. It's terrible for wildlife. It's dangerous, frankly. I think, first of all, I'm not sure that we need that fencing. I mean, are we having so many people breaching the fence and not paying attention to signs? And is it really a safety issue? It seems like a huge amount of money to spend for it doesn't really feel like an issue.
Stacy's still on.
There is no fence there now, is there?
There's nothing.
Yeah.
So we follow what you're saying, and we don't like it either. We've got there's a little bit of barbed wire that's been around the airport for a while. A lot of airports like ours would have chain link around. Like South Lake has a chain link around the whole thing, and bears push it over and walk through it. I mean, it's a problem for them too. We have had pedestrian, folks on hikes that end up on taxiways. It's not uncommon. It happens multiple times a year. We've tried to put, signs spread around on the lower portion of the airport to try and keep people away. So we were just looking at some targeted areas where we could, really try and keep people away. I will tell you this. I could do a little checking with the town because just a couple days ago or 3-4 days ago, we saw people working on that that lot that's between our hangars and Soaring Way. If someone's going to develop there, they're going to put a fence up, and so that's one of the things we'll look at, and that may solve that issue. Right next to where the Rayleigh's is.
That's owned by the Jorders.
It's owned by the Jorders, yes. And there's somebody out there doing some drilling.
Good commercial location.
Yeah.
On Soaring Way.
There may be something going on there. Let us do a little bit of checking. We got some bids, and as bidding anything, supply chain issues, whatever you have it, the fencing was expensive. So we'll also have a hard time.
Wire fence is a much easier option, I would think, because the deer can jump over the fence.
So, I'm sorry, which fence?
A smooth wire.
Oh, okay, smooth wire.
Doesn't have to be barbed wire.
Okay.
Or
that might have been what she was bidding. We might have just said barbed wire, but
I agree with Kat. I don't like barbed wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just.
We've got it along between Lahontan and the Corps of Engineers property. It's broken everywhere.
Yeah.
And just the way that it looks. I don't know. I do think there might be some value of putting more signage along Jorger Road. Up to, even if it's every 20, 50 feet, to put signs up to say you're on, and even along towards the hangars and warehouse, because I think some signage could be something that looked at.
We'll I'll go back and talk with Stacy, and we'll look at some other options there.
And then the playground expansion. Kat also had some thoughts on that, and both of us being parents, by the time kids are 6 or 8, I didn't spend as much time at playgrounds.
They're not clamoring to go to a playground because they're being driven to soccer, and then their siblings are being driven to gymnastics, and playgrounds I think makes sense when there's other activities around, like near a baseball field, so the siblings can go play on that playground. But as an attraction, I think what we have right now is great, and I don't see a lot of value in adding to it.
I agree with Kat.
Wasn't the idea with that what we have now is for very young children?
Yeah.
0 to 5.
It's a 6. Yeah, it's a 0. It's like a 2 to 12, but it's really up to about a 6-year-old is the interest level. And so the idea was, do we put something in there in that 6 to 12 category?
How much are we talking?
No.
It's
$60,000.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with the ladies and say no this year, just because I hate the negative number at the bottom. Just this year, doesn't mean forever.
All right.
And
David, anything on that?
Well, I'm in favor. It's the most popular thing at the airport.
It's used just about every day, right outside my window. But I get what you're saying.
That. We're not taking it away.
I
know you're not, and I know Kat used to and said that what we have is great. We're not saying that anyone is opposed to having playground equipment, but the idea was putting something in that could be more attractive to some of the older kids. But if we don't want to do that this year and look at it later, or not do it, that's fine with us.
Okay.
I can assure you, my teenagers are not going there.
Yeah, it would be the 6 to 12. It would be the category we'd be looking at. Not, although one of the things we had looked at was a zip line, and I think we would get some teenagers on that, which we probably wouldn't want.
And then you get a 3-year-old on this higher levels. You got liability issues. I just keep it simple. Then
I'd like to go on the zip line.
Okay. Your backyard.
I'm sure there's a zip line for you somewhere, David.
Yeah, my neighbor has one.
On a more serious note, I would just generally, any unnecessary construction right now, I would say no. Just because everything.
Agreed.
I don't agree with that at all.
Yeah. And I know in the facility maintenance plan that shows the hangar 1 door and the hangar 1 electrical upgrade together adding up to $145,000. And it just gives me heartburn when they're paying $40,000 a year in rent for a 10,000 square foot hangar and a 1,500 square foot office. And we're paying how much a year for an office over at the Phoenix building? Another $40,000? That just gives me significant heartburn of how we're spending our money. So I'm not in favor of doing either of those.
So, how's everyone else on the door?
Mute. You didn't hear me. I said, what line are we on?
Have we skipped the capital
expenditures?
This is capital project expenditures. It's
Is
showing
that on this?
with all the rest?
It's on my copy.
I was looking at the last page of the document, the whole budget document. It's got the list of projects.
Is the door in need of repair? When I talked to you about this before,
it's pretty much the. Sorry, Rick, didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, I thought you were thinking something less. And what's the lease say?
Well, the
are we responsible for structural? I think it says we are.
We are.
Is that structural?
So it is. So the door is original equipment. You know, it's 50 years old, or coming up on that. And we have done a lot of capital upgrades to that building that we hope will transcend many tenants over 30, 40 years. And so, yeah, do you put all that on? I don't know. I'm not familiar with an airport that has, had a tenant replace a hangar door like that doesn't have a 30-year lease or something on that building. I'm not aware of that. They do have a 15-year lease, but they have a $12,000 capital contribution, which they've done. They've put stuff on that. So we're just saying that eventually we're going to have to replace that door. We don't want to do it this year. That's fine. It's not an imminent failure, but it's to that point where we got to get real and look at, what are we going to do with this this big door in this building and make it match everything else we've done to that facility.
It's construction.
As David Diamond just pointed, sorry, Teresa, as David Diamond just pointed out, there is some logic to, waiting some of these things out because they are so, we also feel the pain when we get these bids. It's, we don't rubber stamp anything. We really look at things and we're getting really high prices on stuff, and it's difficult to stomach.
That's why we didn't build Hangar 2.
Yeah.
Too expensive.
Okay. So in or out?
You can, yeah.
In or out?
Out.
Somebody out. Great.
I say out.
All right.
Out.
And I guess that's pretty much it on the budget. Thank you for, taking time with going through it, but I think it's
we appreciate
important.
that, Mary, and we do. This is the first draft. I mean, we're trying to take everything and get it in there, and Kelly and I stare at this stuff all the time, and it's good to get, your feedback on it, and the next version will be, we'll have all these updates, and then we'll also have the budget message at the front, and then you'll have the narrative, and then budget doc, and then we'll keep going. Kelly, anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to throw out there, sorry, while we were talking, I was just playing around with some of the revenue numbers. I think a big part of it on anything with the CPI is, so we're putting that into place right now in October and November, but the budget is reflecting it for the entire year. So I think that's a part of why things aren't lining up exactly. So I'd like to true that up. So on the next round, I will probably have, 9 months at the rate that it's going to the 5.35 increase, right? And then 3 months at whatever we think next time is going to be, to try to make it more accurate to what is in reality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Followed you.
Yes, thank you.
I know what you're talking about.
Just to try to line things up a little bit more accurately to when they actually happen, because it'd be great if all the CPIs happen January 1, but they happen, kind of off cycle. So.
And then.
All right.
Yeah.
That was a marathon. Looking forward to the next one. And I just, as I'm looking at this, and it's like mind-numbingly 22 pages of whatever, I just want to say you did an amazing job, Kelly, Kevin. You guys, this is a big thing.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
It's our baby.
All right. We're done with this item, and let's take a bio break. 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you want to get public comment on that?
Oh, yeah. Do we have any public comment? Thank you, Vice President.
No public comment.
Okay.
Wow.
Bio break. We'll be back. 5 minutes. It is 8 o'clock, so 8:05.
as they come up. But there's two things that we were going to talk about today. One is trying to answer the questions that came up at the last meeting. The other is we did some research and did find that based on the information we found in that pavement maintenance plan, we do have the ability to put a more strict maximum takeoff weight standard on aircraft that use the airport. And that's pretty much, Globals and Gulfstreams, those sized aircraft. So we have a policy instruction recommendation there that's in the staff report. Just quick background, this is a 5 to 7 year update of this pavement maintenance plan. You accept it, you don't approve it, because every year we may tweak, modify, adjust. You can modify, change at any time, and periodically we bring back updates and do to the plan. The memo that is attached to the staff report, I'm going to let Damon. I'll let him answer your questions. We're not going to do a presentation and go through it line by line. But the big question that came up at the last meeting is, what is the current load-bearing capacity of the runway? And then in that memo, you can see, using the FAA design metrics of 1,200 of these heavier aircraft, it's a 3242 single wheel, dual wheel. But when you use the fleet mix of aircraft that we have, it's in that 5080 category that we're using, and it's similar for the other runways. So with that, maybe we'll just open it up for questions from the board, for staff, and then we can kind of, go ahead, Teresa.
For the non-aviators in the world, those numbers you're throwing out, what does that mean?
Sorry, so MTOW is maximum takeoff weight. That's the max weight an aircraft could be at with full fuel capacity, full everything, and then the FAA uses those numbers, and as well as aircraft designers and engineers to design airports. The other standard that I talked about was when you deal with load bearing, you're dealing with single wheel aircraft, the landing gear configuration, versus dual wheel aircraft. And so you have a higher weight if they have more wheels. You'll get into dual tandem and all kinds of other, like a 747 that's got all kinds of different wheel setups that you can get into for how it distributes weight on pavement. We only see single wheel and dual wheel aircraft, for the double wheels on the back of the aircraft. And so we have a 50,000 pound load bearing for single wheel and 80,000 pound for dual wheels, where our current load bearing is. The FAA does say that certain numbers of those aircraft you can allow heavier than that. Most of the aircraft that use our airport, well, I can't guarantee it, because I'm not weighing every aircraft, but they're coming in under 80,000 pounds because we have that requirement, and so they will essentially they know that they're on notice that they have to be less than 80,000 pounds. So hopefully that, I don't know if I muddied up the water, but that's what those numbers mean. So we're happy to take questions or handle this however you want. If you want Damon to give an overview of the memo that he wrote, we could do that, or just start answering questions.
Did you guys all read it?
Yeah, I'd like to ask a question.
Wait, before you do.
Yeah?
Do you guys all read it? I want to make sure everybody read it.
Yes.
Okay, good. Then go, David. We don't need to go through it line by line, page by page.
Okay. So my question is one somewhat procedural and somewhat just asking about, in the motion, the suggestion is that we accept the plan, and that we direct staff to prepare a policy instruction for the maximum gross takeoff weight. My question is twofold. One is, what is the true point of that policy? Because now when I've looked at the conversations we've had and what we've learned from Peter, it almost seemed like that wasn't going to do anything for us. And the second question is, if it in fact will do something for us, wouldn't we be better off just creating that policy and then just accepting the maintenance plan, knowing that it's in adherence with that policy? It seems a little like cart before the horse to me, to have the plan and then create the policy that kind of reverse engineers what the plan was supposed to do.
Yeah, the two aren't, we don't have, you could not approve the plan and still do the policy, or vice versa. They're not exclusively or linked together necessarily. What we're saying is, we went out and did the research from the last meeting in August 10th. We found that our 80,000 pound takeoff weight, we have the ability to make that even more restrictive than what we have. So, but that would need to be done in a more formalized manner through a policy. You know, we're being more restrictive. Where right now we're allowing, you know, around under 400 of those heavier aircraft. And again, we're talking about the top number of the heaviest aircraft. We're allowing them to come even though they have a higher MTOW because they're telling us that they're much lower than that. They're not taking on fuel that would be for international travel, so they're less than that. What we're saying is that we could put a policy in that could greatly reduce the number of those that we allow in any given year. And so I don't know if that answers your question, David, but they're not mute. You know, you could do one without the other. I guess is what I'm saying.
And do you anticipate if we did that policy instruction that we would then be challenged legally?
No, there's a possibility. I couldn't say that they wouldn't, but we're on pretty solid legal ground. And you know, Peter's on this item. He's on the call for another item, so I don't know if he's here right now, but he may be able to help us answer, you know, a few of those questions. And it's also, you know, in Peter's memo from 2009, it talked about even at that limit, you have to allow a certain number of those operations. Is that 20 or is it 200? That's the one thing I would have to go out and we'd work on before we brought it back.
And that's what I wondered about, because if we don't have a definition from the FAA of what occasional is,
yeah,
it seems like we're no better off than we are right now, because if we draw the line someplace, somebody is going to then file a complaint. And
that's the piece that we would bring back with the policy to clarify.
Okay. Okay.
So
and the purpose is to protect our pavement and to get the life out of it from
put your
having
life out of
taken
pavement.
federal money to protect the pavement, because you put too many of these heavies on, and to some extent even the mediums have an effect on the pavement. And we have a freeze thaw cycle, and we have a big temperature swing, and all of these things together are harsh on the pavement, and we're trying to protect federal money, our own money, by protecting the pavement.
So what kind of teeth would that have? Like,
what
if we put what kind of teeth does that policy instruction have? If we say we only allow a certain number of aircraft per year, do we get to that point in July and just say, oh, no, you guys can't come here anymore?
Peter, I don't know if are you on the call right now?
yes, I am.
And I don't know if you follow that question, or if that might be a better one for you to answer than for me.
Well, the answer is actually complicated because the FAA does not have bright lines. And in fact, if you look at the FAA guidance, there's actually a curve which shows how much runway degradation there is at different weights. And so it's not a bright line. When you get above a certain weight, you can't say absolutely no aircraft, and it has to be a graduated scale. That being said, it is permissible when you are shown on that curve to start restricting aircraft. So, for example, you could say above 100,000 pounds, whatever the number is for the runway, that you are going to restrict it to no more than 50 a year, and above 200,000 pounds, no more than 1 a year, and things like that. And so the real issue there is you need to have a good engineering basis and a good technical basis for whatever policy you decide. It can't be arbitrary. It can't be just we don't like heavy aircraft. You have to show that there's a technical basis based upon the weight-bearing capacity of the runway, and that you have a thoughtful, well-designed program.
So that's what we would bring back. We would go do that research, or more of that research, and work with Peter, get a policy that's very defensible, and then we would come back with something like that. That's one of the...
I strongly support it says staff recommends instituting a firm MTOW policy restricting aircraft, and I think you ought to get on it and bring it back to us, because I would like to restrict the amount of heavy planes coming in.
To protect the pavement.
To protect the pavement. Thank you, Mary. That's exactly correct.
It's a big dollar issue, yes. I mean, if our pavement gets hammered.
And it is.
It is.
Yeah.
So what's the penalty? I mean,
Yeah, I totally get that. Like, what can we do about it?
Like,
another good question for Peter.
Okay.
So
how do we even like measure? Are we just going by what they say? I mean, obviously, no. Like,
no. So there are a number of different ways to do it, most of which are poor. The established or the most accepted measure is the certification criteria, certification parameters of the aircraft. That's why you use MTOW, maximum takeoff weight, because you don't have to go literally weigh every aircraft. And so the manufacturer has an MTOW, and you set that. If an aircraft operator, you could devise a rule such that if an aircraft operator can prove to you that it is actually operating at less than MTOW, maybe you allow them. But that begins to get very complicated very quickly if you're going to make a case-by-case determination. In terms of penalties, that's more complicated, because you are allowed to impose a restriction and you're allowed to impose a penalty, but the penalty has to be tied into what the consequences are. In other words, that is going to cost you more for runway improvements, for runway maintenance, and so on. And so you have to be careful that your penalty is not excessive. It is not punitive in the sense it's simply designed to make sure that you are reimbursed for, you get the additional costs that you're incurred by virtue of the overweight aircraft. Most airports don't, in fact, impose penalties for overweight aircraft. They handle it informally, but that doesn't mean you can't do so. Does that mean you can? Because some of these people don't care what it costs; they'd pay the freight for the runway.
That's exactly right, and that's part of it.
It's like people who say you can't land at night at San Jose, and they do it anyway. Yeah. Can you send them to Stead or Reno and say you can't land here?
Yeah, and look,
is that a yes?
Yes.
Can our tower do that? Can they say, sorry, your aircraft isn't allowed here?
Here's
the point that most airports rely on, and I would defer to Kevin and Hardy on this. Pilots try to obey the rules. I mean, they tend to be pretty rule-compliant folks. It doesn't mean you don't have an occasional cowboy, but if you have a published rule that says you may not land, most pilots will respect that, and particularly if your tower is saying you may not land. They still can land. It's dangerous. It has consequences, but at least we've found that when you are very clear about the rule, the number of violations is really quite small.
Compliance is pretty high.
Pardon me? The compliance is pretty high, yes.
Yeah, it's pretty high. And if we put that standard out there.
Yes.
I'd like to give it a try, Kevin. And
I want to develop the policy and bring it back and work, with these, Damon, Peter, and get something that, articulates everything we're talking about. And we'll bring that back.
Good.
Great. Mary, you had something to say.
Well, I talked to Damon today. I've talked to Kevin, and it's, I'm trying to get my head around it because the charts show that significant sections of the runway are capable of, this is of 1129, are 3242, but that's based on 1,200 aircraft of heavies. And we don't get 1,200 of aircraft from heavies. Is that right, Damon? Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So our 2020 number is actually 424. This is from the monthly reports that we get. They did an analysis based on 300 and something. And he rechecked the numbers, and Mead and Hunt had 323. He did it at 340, at greater than 50. It's this 1,200 number, but then going out, again, we've got the Mead and Hunt analysis going out, and they're showing the heavies increasing by 6%. So, this is greater than 50,000 pounds, which, it doesn't really address the 80,000 pounds, you know, I mean, because pretty much everything's dual wheel once you hit 20,000 pounds. So, you know, it's are we getting 1,200? The question is, when are we going to hit 1,200 of aircraft that will have the effect? Is it the Jet 5s, the 500, the 50,000 pound? I'm still trying to figure this out. I've got the aircraft circular. I've looked through the pavement. I've got it in hard copy. I'm still trying to figure it out. And I think having a hard MTOW is a good idea. I'm still trying to figure out where I land with this pavement management plan. But again, talking to Kevin, talking to Damon, because this is used to develop the ASIP that goes to the federal government and says, this is what we're going to ask money for doing these projects. And we can change that at any times, but it becomes a document that carries a lot of weight. And that is where I get a little waffly. And I 5080 is better than, with the hard MTOW is better than what we have. We currently have a 5080, but you can get a prior permission and you can, you know, and we just assume that they're all under 80. But we want to protect our pavement. You know, that's basically, I'm saying, I don't know where I land on the pavement management plan acceptance yet, but I do think we should go for the hard MTOW.
Okay. Any other thoughts? I mean, the action item is to accept the pavement maintenance plan, right? It's not to do the MTOW?
Can we defer the acceptance until after we go through this MTOW thing?
You can. I mean, there's no rush on the pavement maintenance plan. I mean, if you want to do that, I mean, the October meeting, we're going to talk about that a little bit later. We're going to have to really look at, you know, if we can accomplish everything we want to in October. But we could move it to December. I mean, it's not there's nothing eminent that says it has to be approved right now.
Let's do that.
You can also accept it and change it anytime you want. You have that option also. But we can wait till December, and we'll bring the policy back, and well, we can talk about if you want that, when you want that policy, but we could bring that back in October.
That's fine. I'm good with that. We just want the backup info. Okay,
so
great.
So we need to make, so then, yeah, you'll come back with the policy, so we don't need a motion.
Yeah, if it's the consensus is, I think we can do that by consensus, because you want the policy. You want to see what that looks like. Yeah. Policy. All right.
Okay, so any public comment on this item?
I have written public comment. From Adam Lauber, board members, I'm actually begging you to vote no on the upcoming vote on pavement maintenance program. In rejecting this program, it is a step in the right direction to seek lower weight limits for runways, thus requiring larger jets to land at more viable airports such as Reno. The jet and commuter traffic has reached a capacity and frequency that does not fit our community. Please vote no. Adam Lauber. Next one is from Tom Vedek. Number 1, approval of the pavement maintenance program. Please encourage the board to reject this proposal and seek lower weight limits for the airport's runways and paved surfaces. This is one of the most viable options to reduce the size of aircraft flying into Truckee. Todd Vedek. Next one is from Stacy Russell. Dear Airport Board, as you make decisions to approve or reject pavement maintenance and construction and proposals, please keep in mind that your own website, it states, quote, although the FAA has final say over all flight activity in the air, TTAD is proposing procedures that are intended to lessen concentrated areas of aircraft noise, reduce greenhouse emissions, and redirect planes over less populated areas whenever possible, end quote. With this statement, I supported the idea of proposing runway 1634. This would direct flights over less populated areas of the agriculture station and Prosser Reservoir at a much higher altitude than the lower approaches and takeoffs already taking place directly over densely populated neighborhoods. I also believe that this new runway should include lower weight limits so that it does not accommodate any larger jet aircraft than we already have. In fact, I support lowering the weight limits on existing runways and ask that you reject any proposal to lengthen or widen them. Respectfully, Stacy. Finally, from Sarah Kane, good afternoon. I would like to ask the board to reject the proposed pavement maintenance contract, instead negotiating a solution that decreases the weight capacity of runway 29. This is one of the few tools available to the airport to limit the size of aircraft landing in Truckee, and I ask you to use this tool for the benefit of the community. I also strongly support the construction of proposed runway 1634, as the alignment and lengthening of this runway would appear to have the best chance of decreasing noise and safety issues over impacted neighborhoods like Martis Estates, Olympic Heights, and Glenshire. Sarah King.
Thank you. No other comments? We could move on, right?
There's a couple comments on Zoom here.
Yeah, some Zoom.
Okay.
Todd, why don't you go first?
Thank you. I would like to follow on with a theme of not spending any money to promote larger jets. And if you look at the proposal, specifically section 5, 2.6, there is a note here that many of the older hangar pavements and pavements that do not support the larger aircraft have a remaining pavement section life of more than 20 years. Yet this report supports replacing that just to accommodate the larger jets. I support you rejecting this proposal until all of the parts of this proposal that are just to support the larger jets are removed. I completely understand we need to maintain our runways. I'm not a pilot, but for you all pilots, I understand that's important, but that we do nothing more to support additional larger jets. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Colin Butchers, the other hand raised.
Evening. I too would support the board rejecting this proposal for pavement management. If memory serves me right, it's $41 million over 20 years. It seems like we could establish weight limits as that pavement deteriorates, and over time that weight limit can be decreased and decreased and decreased to significant benefit for the community, and those funds could be redirected either for noise and abatement or for the third runway proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Those are all I see.
Okay. All right, well, let's move on from that to action item, let's see, 14, reconsideration of widening, extending runway 220, and review of proposed runway 1634.
Thank you. This item, it came up in our budget workshop, if I remember right, that we wanted to look at this one more time. Brandley Engineering, who has the contract to do the design work for 220, which is a federal grant that I believe that one's funded at 100% for about $410,000. Is going to begin, some of the design work, and what we're doing is we're designing reconstruction of what's there, and then putting it out to bid and getting bids. And then the FAA has indicated they're going to fund the reconstruction of that runway in 2023. It looks like the program year that the funding will come. If we want to pursue this option, it's in the master plan of widening and extending to hopefully encourage more aircraft to use that instead of circling, particularly those aircraft up to about 50,000 pounds, which is quite a few of our small to medium-sized jets. This would be the time we would need to consider that, because it's be very, very difficult, if not impossible, to change that runway after it's reconstructed. And so the options the board has is to, and I'll talk about the other runway in just a second, because we've got that built into the staff report also. But what we would need from, at least from staff perspective, is if there is interest in that, we would do a bid alternate. We would have Brandley spend about $90,000 to do the additional length and width and get a bid alternate, so that the board would then come back probably in the spring and say, yes or no, we do just what is reconstructing what's there, or we add that bid alternate. You have that option to choose that or not choose that at that time. So that there's an off-ramp there if we decide not to do it. And the second thing is, we've been talking about the 1634, this other runway, and depending on which one the board decides to pursue, you may not need the other. So we put that in the staff report so that you have the ability to talk about that in relation to this conversation. So with that, I'll stop talking and open up for questions.
David, you want to go first?
Be happy to go first. I have a bunch of thoughts on this. I'm not, first of all, to clarify, just so everybody knows, that the FAA is going to pay for the work on 220, but they are not going to pay for the expansion or the extension of that runway. So that's important for us to keep that in mind, that's our own expense. The reason I remain not in favor of this motion or this concept here is because I don't believe it's going to make a difference. We hear that if we make this longer, it's going to, more aircraft are going to fly off of 220, and that's going to reduce the burden on 1129. Our target aircraft, I think, was the term from the aviation forecast, was the Pilatus. Is that correct, Kevin?
That's our design aircraft, yes.
The design aircraft. And the Pilatus, according to the manufacturer website, maximum takeoff weight runway requirement is 2,500 feet. Runway 220 is currently 4,600 feet. So if people are not using it in an aircraft of that class, it's not because it's not long enough. So I don't believe that in that capacity is going to make a difference. When we go into the heavier aircraft, into the jets, I don't believe they're going to use it because they're always going to defer to the longest available runway for safety reasons. So as long as 1129 is still, and the winds don't prevent them from being able to use 1129, I don't feel like they're going to go to 220 because we've added 500 feet to it. I just don't believe that. Then we move on to the instrument approach thing, which Kevin mentioned. Our circle to land it is not ideal, and the FAA knows this. It's not just our airport, it's all circle to land approaches. There is an approach to runway 20, which is the crosswind runway coming in over Glenshire, that is arguably safer because it does not require the aircraft to make a big turn, go off their IFR clearance or whatever they're going to do to kind of maneuver in, like the Challenger did. However, then this is where I jump over to the runway 1634 discussion. An inbound approach to runway 16 from the truck intersection is virtually straight in all the way to the ground. So that would be as far as preventing an aircraft from maneuvering or doing whatever crazy stuff they have to do as they're approaching the airport to land in instrument conditions, reduced visibility, that would be a good option. Now, as in my conversations with Kevin, because of terrain on the other side of that runway, the minimum descent altitude, which is the point when the aircraft is coming down where it has to make the decision, am I going to land or not, is going to be quite high for a runway 16, because if the approach goes wrong and they have to fly out, there's terrain considerations. But I've got a great option for that too, and it's a 40-minute drive from here, and it's Reno, where they can get ILS guidance, which is precision approach guidance, all the way to the surface on a really, really good approach. So I feel like we've got this situation where if we expand and extend runway 220, we might reduce some of the traffic going off of 29, but really then we're sending it off of over another area into Glenshire. I don't believe that our solution to noise issues is to move noise from one place to another. if we've got the opportunity to move it to a place where virtually no one is. So that's why I continue to support the 1634 option in there. And I don't feel like that. I know it's a lot. I mean, we're talking about a lot of money for 1634. We're talking about a long time for the project to happen. The first aircraft that takes off and lands on it will probably be a completely different board, a completely different senior staff, and I understand this. But I do feel like if we're looking at traffic trends that are increasing for our airport, we don't see any reason that those traffic trends would cease anytime soon. We have a situation where we're concerned about the size of aircraft that are coming in here. I think that this is an opportunity to solve basically a few things. One is that we did hear from the town, from a lot of people in the town, can you find a way to move aircraft away from town? And a departure off of that runway does solve that. We also hear it does not, the prevailing winds do not support a runway 1634, which is completely true. The prevailing winds do not support it. They also don't really support so well runway 29 and 11, so that there's that runway in there too. Most importantly, and I challenge everybody, when you wake up tomorrow, go look at the weather. See what time the winds actually kick up. We're halfway through the business day by the time the winds even become a factor, especially for the larger aircraft that we would be thinking of for a 1634. So for those reasons, and actually there are more, and I'm not going to bore you with even more reasons, I think the solution here is direct staff to get 1634. We'll finish the master plan if we've got to do that first, get it into the airport layout plan. It's my understanding it needs to be there before the FAA will even let us go through the rest of the reports that we need to do. And let's just take that as far as we can take it. Whether it's building a new runway or finding out in a year or 2 or 3 years that for some reason we cannot do it, at least we know. But I don't feel like the expansion and extension of 220 solves any problems for us.
Very articulate. Thank you. Kat,
Would you like
Rick,
to hear
Mary?
my counter proposal?
Yes, I'd love to.
All right. 1634 is not on the master plan. The FAA will not consider it until we do put it on the master plan. I think we should try and put it on the master plan. I support that. Once it's on the master plan, the FAA will consider it. It will take much time, maybe years, and there's no guarantee that the FAA will approve it. The price tag for 1634 is $25 million plus, I've heard. And there's no guarantee that the FAA will pay for it. That's a lot of money if they don't pay for it. Installation of 1634 could be years away, if ever. I support putting on the master plan, but I also support spending the money, which is less than $2 million, according to our general manager, to lengthen and extend. And we have that money now. If we do the planning now, which is $90,000, you don't have to approve it, but I would think that we ought to do that. I think again it's $2 million. The FAA will not pay for it. That's for sure. If we do not do the widening and lengthening, it'll be very difficult to do it later if 1634 will not happen. I think, at least what I'm talking to Kevin and others, that widening and lengthening to maybe 75 feet is not possible for some people, or they don't want to do it on 75 feet. But if we make it 100 feet and we make it 5,000, the corporate rejection of runways less than 5,000 would go away. And I'm hoping that we would eliminate some of the circle to lands, which is exactly what the Challenger did. I quote from a memo that Kevin sent me. I think it's a good way to go, even if it's just to reduce circulating. I think we'll get more runway to IFR departures if that runway was wider and longer. So I think we ought to do both. I think we need to do everything. I think we ought to try 1634, but I also think we ought to do 220 because we're going to get $3.5 million from the FAA to refresh the pavement on 220.
Thank you. Mary or Kat, who wants to go next? Kat, you're muted. You're on mute.
If we did do both, and we widened and extended, and then we decided to move ahead with the 1634, how does that affect 220?
Yeah, both. That's a good question.
It can't stay intact, right? It doesn't stay completely intact.
It wouldn't. It would look different. So what would end up happening is if we did both, and it would take a while to get there, you know, to be able to build the 1634, but you know, we'd have to go through that process and figure it out. But once we did that, there would be, and we have a study that, you know, it's basically a study that goes over the geometry of all the angles that you have with these three runways. Some of the length of 29 and 20 would be reduced. They'd have to be reduced. How the FAA is going to accept that or what they're going to do with that, I don't know. That's what we would have to submit and find out what they're going to say about that. So yes, it's possible that we've widened 220 and lengthened it, and then you come in, whether it's 2 years or 10 years later, and now you've shortened it. But I guess you could argue, well, now you've got the other bigger runway there that is accepting the traffic that no longer has that 5,000 feet of width on a different 6,000 foot runway.
And how does the FAA view that sort of?
You know, what we're asking here isn't a very common request by airports, and that's okay. I kind of like that about us. You know, we think outside the box and put things in front of them that they haven't seen. They won't give us any opinion on this until they see it on an ALP. And the other part, they said they want to see the environmental. Now, the 1634 would require a full EIS. It's a new runway. They're going to want to see the full thing. And Peter's on this call. You can correct if I'm wrong. But we would have to fund that because this wouldn't be an FAA-funded project. But the FAA does the EIS. We don't direct that EIS process. They would go do it and under some kind of reimbursable agreement. And so they would have to have that EIS, the ALP, and then they would tell us, you know, how this all would flow and work. Or if they would let us do it. Or if they're going to want any reimbursement for any of the cost of investment they've made on 1129 or 220.
Why can't we proceed and do the environmental?
We may be able to, but it's making sure they accept it, you know.
Well, I mean, an EIS is an EIS. It's a pretty strict format under NEPA. I mean, it's bio and cultural and socioeconomic and soils and water. There's like 17 categories, and it's greenhouse gases now and sustainability. There's a list of what you have to do, and why couldn't we just take that on with a big push in 2022?
Peter's going to answer that for me.
Yeah, a couple of things. You are not allowed to do the environmental impact statement yourself. The FAA has to do it. You have to pay for it, but they have to do it. And so if the agency refuses to do an environmental impact statement because they're not going to approve something, you don't have the option of doing it yourself. Now, the interesting question is, what if you paid for the entire project yourself? That's a phenomenon, frankly, I'm not aware that any airport has tried to do. Basically say to the FAA, we don't care if you pay for it, we're going to pay for it. The FAA still has to approve it, and they're still going to have to do some level of environmental review because they have to approve it. But it's, you know, it's a little bit of calling their bluff if you want to go there. It's an expensive bluff.
I mean, the environmental work would probably be about $500,000, right?
In that range.
Yeah, for a full EIS.
So we could start it. I mean, they could reject it. It's preliminary work that they could then take and throw out the door. They could take and use it. And in terms of the ALP, it would help us to define. We have to go through also the master plan. And if we do that on an accelerated process, instead of over a year and a half, can we do these things on an accelerated process to do it over 6 months or 8 months? Has that ever been done, where you do these things on an accelerated process? And yeah, it might cost us $1 million, $1.5 million, but that's what we're talking about for 220. And if you fix up 220, you're not going to do 1634, because you've just, look at the map on out of, what is it? This is, tab 15C. It's not going to happen. So how do we escalate and throw the $1.5 million or the $1.2 million or $2 million to get it going? Because if you do this work on 220, even if we rehabilitate 220 as is, it's going to be very much more difficult to do 1634. So I wonder, why the push to design? Maybe we want to let that slide a year while we escalate the master plan and do the environmental, which the bugs and bunnies and cultural are fixed things. Those are definite. Whether the FAA does it or we do it, then we would know, and we could do an accelerated master plan. It's an idea.
Is that a question for Peter?
Well, or for
generally
us as a
just
board.
up to the board.
Yeah, as a board, how do we feel about that? I mean, if we're willing to throw $2 million plus this design on 220, which will pretty much negate any chance of 1634, and it won't address the idea of taking traffic off the neighborhoods. In fact, a jet going out off of 2 is going to be over the neighborhoods in Glenshire. It is going to strafe the ridgeline because they can't turn that fast. So if we do 220, pretty much give up on 1634. So for me, I'm going to vote no even to do the design, because I feel we have to do this acceleration on 1634 and find out it's a yes or a no.
So maybe just to clarify something, if the board wants to stop the design work and not accept the FAA grant, that's not on the agenda. I'd have to agendize that. We already have a contract and a signed grant agreement. So the question that we had before you is, do you want us to include the design work of the widening and extending with the grant and the contract for design we already have?
Why, even if you weren't doing the widening extend 90,000, wouldn't you do the design work since the FAA is paying for it?
Yeah, no,
and then you have to decide whether you're going to do it and accept the money from the FAA for repaving 220.
Yeah, so the FAA, they've already, I don't have a grant in hand, but they don't approve design grants without planning on doing the actual construction work. So it's extremely likely we'll get the money in 2023 to do the reconstruction. But they do a design grant and then a construction grant on these bigger projects. So I don't know if that answered your question, Rick.
Well, it is. I guess I've been on the board long enough to have seen the FAA come to us more than once and say, please take this money, because we always make our match. And there's a lot of communities that cannot make their match. And so the idea of saying, oh, we've got a signed contract and it's on the ASIP and we've signed a contract, and it's like, maybe we back away from it and say, well, we're going to do it next year, FAA, and see what they say. I don't know. It's new territory. But I've never seen where the FAA hasn't been thrilled to give us money.
So, what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that in my perfect world, I say we spend the money, we accelerate the master plan, we do the environmental, which the FAA might take or not take. We try to get somewhere over this next year. We really push hard to get this master plan, and that's where we focus ourselves this next year to get that done. Then we know, then we can go to the FAA and say, here's our ALP with it on there. We've done this environmental, you can use it or not. And then we know if it's an option. And if it's not an option, then we revisit 220 and we do the design in 2023. And then we build it in 2024 on 220 if we cannot do 1634. But if we build 220, whether we lengthen it, shorten it, or lengthen it, widen it, or we just leave it as is, looking at that map, the FAA will never accept, in my expectation, I might be all wet, to put 1634. They'd have too much money invested in 220.
They may have it too much money invested in them right now. You don't know what they're going to say.
I don't, but that's why I'm saying let's throw our efforts and really accelerate the 1634 design, the wind study that we have to do during the day to show what winds are like, not this old wind study, and the environmental.
Yeah, the wind data we have is actually current.
Kevin, how long would it take to get the master plan done and to start processing with the FAA to get their opinion? Because they won't even talk to you about it now.
Will depend on how much community outreach we want to do, and those meetings take. I was anticipating to do those same community workshops that we did, in 2014, 13, this spring and summer, and then when we take all that data that they have, and then they start knocking out the chapters. It also depends on if the board just wants to refresh, because there's a lot of relevant content in the current master plan. It's only 6 years old, and I think it's a waste to throw some of that information out. So it depends on if you want to throw it out and start over, or if you want to do, because we talked about both of those options. A refresh can go quicker. I'm still a little concerned about that if we're telling the FAA, well, here's an environmental impact study that we did, and here's our ALP, give me an answer on whether or not you're going to let us do this one way. They may say, no, you didn't follow our process and our procedure, and we're not going to tell you.
Well, so, the master plan is the master plan.
Yeah, so but I'm just with that runway on it. They have boxes they got to check, and I got to understand that better. Be able to tell you how long that would take, I guess is what I'm saying.
And just for clarification, runway 1634 is in our current master plan. It's not on our current airport layout.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it's in the master plan now from 2005.
Yeah.
So we could.
How do we get it on the ALP?
How do we get it on the ALP if it's in our master plan already?
We have all that design work, and then we got to submit. We could put it on the ALP with all the design work, but then you got to do that environmental. There's the geometry of how it affects the other two runways, and then that's all submitted. But I would just want to make sure that whatever we're submitting, the FAA is going to accept as what they need to give us their determination. Peter, am I missing anything or anything you want to add to that? As you worked with this a little bit more? No? Okay. I don't have answers to all those questions right now. I can get them, but I need to find out what they'll, what they're going to want submitted to be able to give us the answer we're looking for.
And I'm kind of bummed because last January we talked about starting the master plan, issuing 2 RFPs. That was Teresa's idea, and we didn't start any of it, and that's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, we've talked about that twice. You know why? Yeah. And you had opportunities twice to start that process, and I made it very clear that we have $200,000 or $140,000 of money invested in current studies that we don't want to waste. I thought I made that very clear. So
and that forecast has 424 has a whole lot of heavies coming in.
The forecast, yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we spent money on a forecast. We need that forecast, and it was a waste to chuck it aside and then tell someone else to do it. And the consulting community is not going to understand that when we're trying to do that. That doesn't make any sense to them. We're in a really good position right now. We've got later on this agenda to create this ad hoc committee and get going on it. I even have an RFP ready. So at that October meeting, you'll be able to approve an RFP, both those versions of it, and we have a forecast.
And I think, and if it's already in, David brought up an interesting point. If it's already on our master plan, but we chose not to pursue it, because at that time we were getting maybe 3 million in property taxes. Now it's a lot more. If it's there, why can it not be put on the ALP? Because the same sort of thing was done with the widening and lengthening. That went on the ALP without a full design and without any environmental.
Yeah, because it's a widening and extending of a current runway. So it did have environmental, but it didn't meet the EIS standard. A new runway is always going to meet the requirement to do an EIS. So we did the environmental right after the master plan was adopted, submitted that, and it didn't need the full EIS. It was the CAT-X.
Well, anything else, Mary?
I know where I'm landing, so to speak.
Okay. All right, Kat, you're last. You have anything to add? Not last, but.
Well, I guess I'd asked a few questions. What's a realistic timeline for getting that other runway? Like if we accelerated everything that we possibly could do on our end, what are we looking at? And then if it's what I've talked to you about, Kevin, is 8 to 10 years. Is that really, do you think that's really the number? And what if we get to that point and we've had 8 or 10 years of not having any other solution? But on the other hand, in the absence of any hard data that convinces me that it's safer to have the longer runway and that more aircraft are going to use it, I'm not convinced that that's the case. I mean, it sounds good, but I just don't know that that's true. What it seems to me is that the bigger increase on the 220 usage is because the tower is talking people into it.
That's correct.
So
and if I could add to that, I do feel like the tower is making a bigger impact on diversifying traffic than the runway expansion would. So kudos to them. And I think because of that, we've got evidence that pilot behavior can be modified, that we can educate and we can explain things to people and help pilots make those decisions about, maybe I don't need to take off runway 29 in calm winds in my 182 all the time. And I feel like we're seeing that the tower's having success with that. And I feel like with the, if we're doing the same thing with the pilots group concept, which is later on a few weeks from now in the agenda, that we might have a similar success where we might find that what we're hoping for from the runway expansion and extension, we actually get through behavioral modification. Because like I said, 2,500 feet for a Pilatus to take off, 4,600 foot runway. It's not.
Is that even with density altitude?
That's all the performance numbers will change, but if their maximum the manufacturer is saying maximum required takeoff distance at maximum gross weight is 2,500 feet.
Wow.
So that'll be it's just not we don't have, the runway is not too short. The runway is too short for a Global Express. But, you know, and that's what the point I was trying to make. We can extend it, but those bigger airplanes are still going to use 2911. So I feel like we can, to address Kat's point, we can continue with the behavioral modification stuff, which we're already seeing an impressive result from the tower's efforts there. If the pilot group and the airport through outreach can continue to try to encourage that, then we might have that interim solution, you know, that without having to disrupt, break ground on runway 220.
All right, so go ahead.
What does Teresa think?
I was just gonna say, you know, I'm not super psyched to spend $2 million out of pocket for a short-term solution. I'm interested in a long-term, long-range solution, like for eternity. Meaning, if it takes 10 years, whatever, right? That's 10 years. We still have lifetimes to go, and it seems like rerouting traffic over Glenshire is never going to be a popular answer. So, you know, I think I'm in favor of the longer runway and not doing the short one, because that'll just delay it. It'll go from 10 years to 15 or 20.
All right, so
it's not always easy to do the right thing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we have this money in hand, it's sitting right there. Why aren't we doing it? The FAA is going to be pissed that we're kicking it back. I get all of that, but it's our job to make the hard decisions, right? I think the hard decision is routing it straight out, away from homes. For safety, for noise and annoyance, for all those reasons.
Agreed. So are we, at this point, do we need public comment or a motion? And then public comment?
Well, we need public comment.
Yeah.
I'm not sure we're done. Rick's throwing some looks.
You ready?
No, I have nothing more to say.
Anyone else on the board?
No.
No. Okay, so public comment.
Yeah, I have written public comment. Keith Sutton, widening and extending runway 220 should be abandoned. The board should take no action that increases jet traffic, as this would increase noise and hazard for our neighborhoods. Second one is from Todd Vedok. I do not think widening and lengthening runway 220 is a good idea, as it likely will not have an appreciable reduction in traffic on runway 1129. I do, however, think that the proposed runway 1634 is a good idea. This runway would have a trajectory towards the Ag Station and direct traffic over Prosper Reservoir. Construction would require shortening both 1129 and 220. While it will be a crosswind runway, when the wind is calm, the new 1634 would become the longest appropriate runway and would direct traffic away from neighborhoods. I believe this is the best option to reduce the traffic over Glenshire, Ponderosa Fairway Estates, and Olympic Heights. I will suggest that the weight limit of the new runway be 50,000 pounds at most, ensuring that we do not see an increase in the size of aircraft. Todd Beddick.
Still going, huh? I'll let you
Is that it?
Yeah, I know.
Yes. We have some hands raised on Zoom. We'll start with Keith Sutton.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All these doors are locked, so just make sure you gotta go use the restroom. Yeah, just make sure it's closed behind you when you leave, okay? You get to call it a day? I'm calling it a day, man.
Everything smaller, business associations, including Glenshire, seems like not the best solution. And lengthening the runway, widening the runway, could certainly do that. I'm in agreement that the 1634 runway is the better long-term solution. And, you know, the airport's been there for 60 years. And whether it takes 5 years or 10 years, it's really a small amount of time. in the big picture. If it is decided that we want to spend this money rather than lose it, which is a financial decision, not a neighborhood decision, but if that's the decision, and because the EIS is not required to lengthen 220, can we do an EIS anyway? I would like to see a noise assessment and risk assessment for what that's going to do when it moves traffic around. Even if it's not required, I'd like to have some information in that area. And finally, I wanted to say this earlier, but I'd like to get a copy of the runway utilization report and the aviation forecast, if that would be arranged. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
Yeah, Todd is next.
Hi, thank you. As a resident who experiences traffic on the weekends, very directly, I am all for building a new runway that could move that away, even if it is long-term, longer than I may be living here. But I would be willing to support that for future residents. And I think I would support what David was mentioning, that, management of the traffic ever since the tower has come into place has been huge. But it is not great. And there are times when we all sit around here wondering, what on earth has gone on with the tower? Planes are coming in and then taking off within a minute of each other. All traffic is going in and out over Martis Fairway Estates, Martis Estates, Sierra Meadows. So I would, I know that I've looked at some of the spaghetti maps and seen how there is a bit of variation in how that's managed. So I would propose that you do support moving to the 1634, and at the same time, to maintain peace and harmony throughout that process, we look at those times when there are extremes of the management of the plane seemingly going over just one section. And I understand that's complicated, but this meeting has been proof to me, hey, if everything was easy, we'd all be off doing something else right now. So I appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and then Colin is the last hand I see.
Kept me up past my bedtime. I do not support the widening and lengthening of 220, despite that probably being the most short-term solution for my neighborhood, the Ponderosa Fairway Estates. I think just diverting that traffic over Glenshire and Royal Way is not the right thing to do, and would agree with you, Teresa, that we should seek a more long-term approach. I'll remind you that about 6 weeks ago, you received a letter with 136 names of community members and property owners, and several more have added their name to that. And one of the prominent proposals on that was the third runway. And I think it's a great option. In terms of funding, you talk about the self-sustaining operations of the airport for the FAA. As you look at user fees, and you guys are doing that assessment, the airport operations are supposed to be sustained, self-sustaining by the airport user group. We have a unique situation with the tax district with a sizable amount of money, and a large portion of that could be set aside, and funding this project could actually happen pretty quick. if operations are no longer subsidized by community tax dollars. So just something to think about. In terms of weight limits, I hope that you guys would also consider that in the design process, that we would not increase our traffic, but it would be more in line with what you're doing with the pavement management program. And for length, ensuring that it is the longest runway, that it would take up enough of 1129, so then it can become the longest appropriate runway. So when you see these operations come in, that makes it a more favorable runway for them. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I don't see anyone else.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, go ahead, please.
I move that staff take no further action on the expansion or widening of runway 220, and that we direct staff to define a plan of action to satisfy the requirements of starting the process into runway 1634, which should include a project timeline and be brought to the board within the next 3 months.
Second.
Roll call.
Before we do the vote, I just want to make sure that I'm to pursue the design grant to reconstruct runway 220 as it currently sits, because there were some comments that we're going to stop that, but the grant that we have is to take the current runway and do the pavement maintenance on it that it needs. Are we saying I'm to send that grant back? And it's that grant is intended to reconstruct what's there. It's not intended to do anything other than replace the existing facility.
We should do that.
Yeah. Okay.
We should send it back, or we should
No, we should
do the work.
reconstruct existing. Totally. They're willing to pay for it at 100%. Why wouldn't we?
Because
Doesn't
it
stop
could
anything, right?
Could make it more difficult. Did you look at tab 15C?
Yeah, I did. Is it going to
Is that
prohibit
part of your
anything,
motion,
Kevin?
David?
And direct, yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Is that part of your motion, David?
No, my motion was taking no further action on the expansion or widening of runway 220. So that I didn't make a motion about stopping the grant. I don't want to make this too complicated.
All right.
Well, it's really not that complicated. Do we do it or we don't do it? The grant
He's
to
not
design it.
addressing that. It's continuing on. So let's vote on this one. And then
Okay.
if you want to make a motion, Rick, to abandon that, that's a different thing.
Agreed.
All right. Vice President Diamond.
Yes.
Director Hetherington.
Yes.
President Odette.
Yes.
Director Rolfe.
Yes.
Director Stevens.
Yes.
David, will you send us that? I don't. It sounded like you had that written up. If you could send us that motion, I took some notes, but it'd be great to get that motion if you have that written up.
We'll send that to you.
Thank you so much.
So do we have another
Before
motion?
do we have another motion, Rick?
David, can
No.
you send that motion to me, please, too?
Yeah. Yes, I will.
Before we move on, does anyone want to make another motion about canceling progress on
I would like to make a motion. I move that we defer all reconstruction activities on runway 220 until we have a decision about runway 1634.
I'll second that.
roll call?
Okay. Vice President Diamond.
Yes.
Director Hetherington.
Yes.
President Odette.
I'll abstain.
Director Rolfe.
Yes.
And Director Stevens.
Abstain.
So I think
Motion carries. Okay. We're really getting into the meat at 9:15 at night.
As Colin said, it's past my bedtime too.
Yeah, right? My eyes are getting blurry. That's why I keep putting these drops in. All right, we're board ad hoc committee reports and other items. We already did the budget, so committee assignments and ad hoc reports.
Yes, I'll be right there, just making some notes here. Yeah, lots of work on that going on. So included in there, you'll see the cost and revenue allocation, just the tables. We've gotten everything else that AMCG needs are now plugging in the revenue side, and we're hoping to have something for you. Anything? Sorry, I skipped over Mountain Housing Council. Rick, if you have anything, but
no comment, no statement, no nothing.
Okay. Anything from the ad hoc the revenue and cost allocation ad hoc committee?
There are a few different. The draft that's in here has been adapted once more, but you'll get it next month. And the comparables of the other airports, the Telluride, Sun Valley, Aspen, Vail. Those are all going to be included.
Good. Then we need to do nothing else on that one. Last month, you talked about creating this master plan ad hoc committee with Director Stevens and Director Hetherington. We just need to take more formal action on that. I think that's what Josh was saying, is that we couldn't create it at that last meeting, but we could talk about it. I just put it on for action.
Yeah.
We don't need formal action as long as the board has consensus that they're comfortable with that approach. Yeah.
So everyone's good with that. All right.
Yes.
All right. Perfect.
And Rick, you're okay.
Yeah.
Majority.
And then ACT attendance. I think we're in good shape for ACT attendance in October. That's Director Hetherington and Yvette.
I gotta go. I'm out. My trip got pushed back.
Okay.
And it's right in the middle. I'm out from like the 6th to the 20th or something.
Okay.
Sorry, one of you guys needs to jump in.
What's the date again?
It's the 13th of October. So talk about hangars.
Do you have a LAFCO meeting?
Yeah, I do have a LAFCO meeting.
Yeah,
Why are they
LAFCO.
always the same?
Because the second Wednesday.
Second Wednesday.
There you go.
And, you can or you don't always have to have two members, but you don't. Yeah, it's up to the board.
If Kat doesn't want to go, I will go.
Headphones are dying, you guys.
I can go.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay. Perfect. So Kat on that one, and then
Although,
November 10th.
I have to say, Kevin, the last one, the September one, I never got a reminder.
Oh, really?
I'm
All right.
signed up with the, I'm on the website. And then when I went in and tried to look online, they said, "Oh, you're already logged in." I'm like, "Well, I never got an email." So.
Oh, I'll Mark Lamb and I'll check that.
Okay.
Perfect. And the November topic, we're going to be talking about the agency partnership community sponsorship program. So, Teresa, if you want to do that one, that's on November 10th. We can sign you up for that.
Let me take a quick peek at the calendar. But that sounds fun. I don't think I have anything in November, so great. Send me that one. And sorry, I wanted to do the hangar one, Mary. I did.
Then in December, we're going to actually, Kelly, we're going to do an overview of the district's finances, property tax, an overview of the budget. So that's the December topic. So I think we're good though for the next couple of meetings.
Good.
You guys hear me okay? My headphones died. Now I'm on strictly iPad.
You're good.
Sounds great.
Except for when the
Okay, we're
dogs
good there. That's all I had on that.
What about the pilot group one?
Oh, sorry, the pilot group. Yeah, pilot group ad hoc committee. Thought I might be missing something. So in there's a memo that you can see in your board book that has a draft policy instruction that we want to bring back. We're planning on bringing it back in at the October meeting. It kind of sets that up, and then there was a request by the board to see what the 60-minute education program would look like, and we have an outline of that we were looking for comment on. And then David and Kat are the ad hoc committee, and if you had anything else to add, that was a good time.
For me, I looked at the documents, I looked at the proposed education. I think it's very solid and very complete, and I'm encouraged about this program. I think it'll be a good thing.
Me too.
Yeah, if there's no comment on it, we'll keep moving forward.
Yeah. Thanks for the amount of work you guys are putting into it, because it is very thoughtful.
Good. Excellent. Good to hear.
Use my emoji.
That emoji. Okay, that was all I had for that one.
Okay, where are we? I'm getting blurry-eyed.
We are on future agenda priorities. So let me just quickly, we can get through this pretty quick. The October meeting right now, you may get a presentation from, Teresa and I are going to meet on this, and we'll kind of hammer this out to see if, the items that are coming forward. But you'll get a review of the annual ACIP that we submit to the FAA that has to go in. And I know it's going to get a little complicated with some of the other things we're talking about, but we do have to submit our annual ACIP, Airport Capital Improvement Program is what that is. We also possibly may have the Tahoe City property discussion. That may be back. We've been trying to get information from firefighting helicopter operators, and as you know, they've been very, very busy the last 3 months, so we've not been able to get that, but that may end up being in December. The class and comp study, the draft revenue allocation, the air show wants to present. We have the second draft of the budget, but I think we've got a lot of that work done. I'm hoping that one may be a little bit shorter, but we'll take all your questions. There's also my quarterly performance review, so it could be a longer meeting, but Teresa and I, if that's okay, we'll work on this and see if we can make it manageable.
5 hours.
5 hours.
It's like the old days, Mary.
I think this was
this is our job.
Use of time. Yeah.
This is our
We
job.
always have to grind through the budget for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to interrupt you, Kevin. Are you done?
No, that was it for the future agendas. We're on to item 18.
Oh, no, we're not. Any public comment on 17?
Right.
Future
We
agenda?
didn't get public comment on 16 either, I think.
Okay, let's double down. Any public comment on item board committee assignments and ad hoc committee reports and/or future agenda priorities and meeting management?
No public comment.
Any live comment?
None via Zoom.
Okay, there you go. 18. I didn't do any.
Not a lot of travel right now. There's going to be some coming up though. There's a little bit in the fall that there's some actual live conferences that I have 2 different places I'm going. Well, one of them's a board meeting for SWAHI, and then there's anyways, we'll put on that later. And just the last one is my list of direction to staff. So if you want me to go
Great.
through that.
Well, any public comment on staff and board member conference attendance reports?
No public comment.
Written or live? Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so the direction to staff, the list I have is, the FMP expenses versus what was completed. That was one of the first things we talked about. We'll get you information on that. Narrative numbers on the income statement. So that was a request that Kelly indicated we could do. Doing an annual report for data and do that around the same time as we do the audit, because that's when we'll have the finalized financial numbers for a fiscal year, and then we'll also put these. But before then, we'll talk about it and make sure we've got the list of what data we'll do in this annual finalized report. On the accident data, there was some requests for pilot error versus mechanical failure, familiarity with the area, transit versus local pilots. We'll see if we can find that information to get on that accident data, those reports. And then kind of this is still in draft form, so we'll bring that back for another review. Some numbers on the air show and where the funding has gone. The MTO policy, bring that back in October with the pavement maintenance plan coming in December. That's what I heard. I'll make sure I got that right. And then no work on 220 until after the 1634 decision is made. That's what I had down on my list. And what else is out there that I might have missed?
That's it
Master plan RFP.
Yeah, I have that ready. We'll get that.
And so that's getting me and Rick together.
I have one draft of it. We had the 2 drafts. I've got one. I've got to just tweak that one for the second, for the update versus the full redo. But yeah, we'll have that to the ad hoc committee by early next week. And that'll be on for the October meeting for approval.
I don't see the section on here where like the board member reports and all that.
Board member announcements is after the closed session.
Oh, there they go. Never mind.
We can move that too. It's always been the last item. It doesn't have to be.
Great. Board president says, let's move it, but let's finish this first because I need public comment on it. Is that it? Meeting review and direction?
That was my list.
And
public comment on it.
And the 3-month turnaround per a
Yeah, I've
plan.
got that in there for 3 months. I have that in there. I'll make sure that's included.
Okay, any public comment on meeting review and direction to staff, written or live?
None written. No live.
Okay.
Okay, then let's go to board member announcements and then we'll go to close.
I'll start. I don't know that this is, I'm not sure where I was supposed to put this, but it's not really an announcement. It's just a question to my board mates. If, I talked to Kevin about, getting the minutes from a meeting, available to us like within a week of the meeting, so that if there's errors and stuff that we can discuss that, before the meeting, before the minutes are published into the board book. And he said that that was possible if it was the will of the board.
Seems like a good idea.
We've done that before. We can, if we have months where there's 3 or 4 meetings, you might have to work with us a little, but we've done it before where we've got it to you within a week and we can do that.
Be great.
You're speaking for Lauren. Is Lauren agreed?
Yeah, I talked to Lauren about it earlier. Are you okay, Lauren?
I mean, for consistency, we have a minutes policy. I would like that added to the policy.
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, any other board member announcements? Any public comment on board member announcements? Okay, let's adjourn to closed session. You guys all have the link?
Yes.
Okay, see you later.
Okay, Kevin. I assume it's from Kevin?
It's from Hardy.